Check, check. Alright, so I'm up on the channel. Cool. Baby mama, if you're single, single. And let me make that Gucci single, single. Ah. Said you ain't gotta smash alone. Bro, what's up, y'all? Alright, so we about to watch some scary shit. Yeah, I mean, I decided, like, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and come back. I don't even feel sleepy yet. Like, what am I need a break for? Alright, so let's do this, guys. We about to watch 5 scary ghost videos for nightmares. We about to fuck up. We fucking up? How you guys doing tonight? You guys ready to not be able to sleep now again? Well, let's do this. I've never watched these live. I've got Candy to console me.
Mountain crawler.
Scariest.
TikTok user Isaiah Harris and his cousin Brock are out on a hiking trip on Casper Mountain in Wyoming. In the middle of the night, as they are crossing a bridge, they start to hear strange groaning noises that seem to be coming from underneath the bridge.
Nope.
Isaiah pulls out his phone and starts to record as they go to investigate.
Don't go look for it.
What happens
What's up,
next
Blast? Your videos make me laugh so much. Why,
terrifying.
thank you, young sir and or ma'am.
And my cousin took a hike.
Thank you, X Smooth Perp.
That means that we're close.
Please don't look.
What we found
Don't
was
you
the
look.
most terrifying
What are you looking?
ever
What are we doing? Stop investigating. We're black. What was that?
Dude, did you hear that? You didn't hear that.
I heard that. I heard that.
There's something under there.
Don't go look.
Bro.
Don't you do it. No. White
Please don't
people.
go down there.
White people don't.
Oh my god.
Nigga, white people don't. Stop
Hold
it.
on, let me go first. Let me go first.
That's a sewer. Don't do that. Hey, look, bro. We have things to live for.
Some bizarre pale humanoid shape can be seen lurking in the darkness of the sewer tunnel. The two hikers just make a run for it. Isaiah posted his spooky experience to TikTok and the video instantly went viral. But many viewers were skeptical about the strange sudden cut at the end of the video. So, Isaiah posted an update to explain.
So let me just explain something. I actually film on 3 different apps at a time to film my videos. Last night, I was trying to film everything on Snapchat. So whenever I recorded, whatever I recorded, I wasn't gonna just sit there and record it because I was running for my life, okay? And I'm not trying to be funny about this. Literally, I was puking. Like, I mean, opened his door mid-drive and vomited. I don't know if it was because I was genuinely terrified or if it was because I was running so much, but I did. But I did manage to screenshot what was under that bridge and enhance it for you guys, and I'll show you that. Yeah, let me just tell you, I've never been more terrified in my entire life. I can't even look at this picture right now. For you guys saying that it was like a friend or like somebody else down there, it may have been a homeless guy. I heard that theory, but I do not know what he would have been doing down there, butt naked, maybe taking a bath.
Butt naked?
But the sounds and everything
taking
about
a
it
bath
just did
and
not
what?
sit right with
BHD,
me.
hope you're having
Now,
a good
after
day.
many
Love you,
requests,
bitch.
or
Well, thank
some might
you.
say
Thank
dares,
you, Hungry
from
Squad.
his viewers, Isaiah and his cousin Brock
Yeah,
decided to go back to Casper
I don't
Mountain and
trust
spend
that.
the entire night camping out
Why would
in
you
the
go back?
spooky woods.
What do you mean go back?
Doing it. We got the 4-wheeler in the back
No.
and a hammock that I brought.
White people don't.
We're up here.
No.
So we're gonna spend the entire night to try to find whatever it was that we saw last night. We're up on the mountain where we did see it, kind of close by. There was a waterfall that's kind of more down the mountain, but we're gonna try and find it tonight. We're gonna be up all night. No sleep.
Y'all niggas better have a
Alright
pistol.
guys, we're here. We're about to unload the 4-wheeler, but have some fun. Kind of just camp out for a little bit. We got our site, and
Yeah. Forgot your axe? This is how we do it down here in the Wyoming. Oh yeah, look at that braid. Okay, that's actually kind of creepy. Look, hope he doesn't jump out to scare me. Brock, please don't scare me.
No. No.
Oh my goodness. So he's got this terrible lighting.
Thanks.
But we're literally trying to land the force real quick. We're just walking back right now, and like legit, I think we're lost because I don't have any idea where we're at.
No.
Do you know where we are?
Dude, oh hell no.
What are you doing? No. Exploring
Okay,
stuff
so we're
is
back
not
at camp.
good.
We didn't really get anything. We've been out here since like
Cool. Greetings from
we
Philly.
started looking at about 10.
I'm doing the
and it's already
dash.
like 2:30.
That's real
Sorry,
hungry
guys.
squid.
Maybe we can come back up here and film another one, but I don't know.
Hey, what's
Other
up,
than some
WL
creepy
movie?
footsteps, Isaiah and Brock don't really capture much of anything that night. Or at least, that's what they thought. Because, did you see it?
You know where we are?
What the fuck was that?
Dude, oh hell no.
What the fuck?
Right after they hear footsteps, someone or something can be seen running through the trees, hiding in the dark. So, Isaiah and many of his viewers believe that some kind of strange creature is living on Casper Mountain. Some even believe this thing to be a skinwalker or a rake.
Bro,
But
that's...
who or what
I don't know what
do you
that
think
is.
this is? Let me know down in the comments.
No, I'm good, man. I
What
don't...
waits at the window?
What waits at the window?
Blogger Natalia Valente, along with her
Ooh, nigga,
mother
she
and a
cute.
few friends, set out to explore
Ew,
the
her friends
abandoned
ain't-
Cesario
her friends
Mota
ain't, though.
Asylum in Piracicaba, Brazil.
Dang.
The Mota Asylum was built in
Yeah,
1973
come on, city.
and served as an institution
Get it,
for
'cause you-
patients with
'Cause that's where
severe
you're gonna
or
come.
violent mental
but yeah, man,
disorders.
you know,
After
at the end
many
of the day,
rumors of
it's really
tragic patient
about,
deaths inside the hospital,
love, camaraderie,
the asylum was eventually
and
forced to
breasts.
close in the 1990s.
It's as much breast
Now,
as...
it's 30 years later,
30
and the
years?
property is said to be extremely haunted.
Why do that?
Especially the
Bro, he
so-called
is done
pink
for. I
wing
know, that's
of
what
the
I'm
asylum.
saying.
The pink
What is he
wing is on the
doing?
second floor and is said to be where mentally
They're
disturbed
playing these
children
games,
were
mentally
held.
disturbed children. Nigga,
Today,
ain't
kids'
all
toys and
kids are
posters can be
mentally
found
disturbed. What do
scattered
they
throughout
mean?
the creepy barren rooms of
Just
the pink
those
wing.
kids are crazy.
A gente vai entrar, já chegamos. Tô com medo.
Damn, bitch, you cute. Shit.
Entramos.
Hell yeah, man. She looks like she's hurting for a squirting.
Gente do céu.
Not in the
Olha o
nasty
tanto que
way.
a gente andou.
Not in the
Olha-
nasty way.
É muito grande.
I'm not
Agora
like
a gente
that.
tá indo pra Ala Rosa. A Ala
She
Rosa
ain't
é a
got
mais
no
pesada
ass
que
though,
tem.
man.
Pra você ter noção, ele veio
Absolutely
uma
no
vez e não
butt
quer nem
cheeks.
descer. A gente
Is
tá
that a
numa
man
parte
or a
onde tem
female?
vários brinquedos.
There's no telling nowadays.
Vários. Aí, meninas,
I identify as a ham
parte de
sandwich.
brinquedos.
So, you know what
When
I mean?
Natalia and her group explore
If
the
any of
Mota
you guys,
Asylum's pink
if
wing,
any of you
strange
guys say
things
that I'm
start
not
to
a ham
happen.
sandwich, I
Parte
will
5
sue
é
your
a
ass.
Rosa, que a gente...
Yo, bitch! That wasn't me. That wasn't me.
Foi vocês. Jura por Deus, jura.
Eu tava junto com ela.
Tipo, aqui real é bem pesado.
The group hears a loud bang that startles Natalia, but they have no idea that they just captured something even more terrifying.
Hell yeah, Natalia.
Watch closely as they explore just outside the asylum's pink
Come
wing.
on, titty.
Parte 3
Come
da Ala
on, Titty.
Rosa, que é a pior.
Bro, she got makeup caked on her face for
Gente,
days.
quanto barro no chão.
Nigga.
A gente tá indo pros outros lados, que é bem escondido da Ala Rosa. Que é
Get
onde o
Jerry
povo ficava,
in
tipo,
here.
real
Oh,
preso.
vape decks.
Bom, a gente tá indo
I
agora pro
don't. Who's
necrotério.
Jerry?
Did you see it?
Did I see what?
Up in the window, 3 children can be seen watching the group
Children!
as they walk around
Children!
the property. Again, creepiest of all is that the young boys we see are actually standing in the windows of the haunted asylum Pink Wing, the area where disturbed children were kept 30 years ago.
No!
So could it be that these children are the spirits of patients who lost their lives inside the asylum? And if not, just who are these boys? Let me know what you think down in the comments. The Haunting of Jim Barari. TikToker Jim Barari lives in a historic 1700s Pennsylvania colonial home along with her wife Heather and 6-year-old daughter Ray. Now Jen and her family might seem familiar as I featured their story on my channel before. You see, after the family started making some much-needed renovations on their historic property,
Man, that's fake. Nigga,
strange,
that shit ain't fake at all.
unexplained events began to
wasn't fake.
terrorize them.
Kids
night
are
and day.
scary, man. You can never tell. What the fuck? What the fuck? Kitty, don't. What the fuck? No. No.
Can you stop? Out!
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Honey, what's going on? Baby, come here. Come here, come here. Come here. What's up, baby? Honey, what's up? I don't know. And my reflection's creeping me out. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. You guys saw that, right? I'm not bugging. Like, here's my reflection. There's something. It looks like the old man is coming out, I swear to fucking God. What the was that?
After doing some research, Jen found out that as many as 5
No.
people have lost their lives on their property.
No.
Jen was skeptical at first, but she now believes that their beautiful countryside home is haunted by the frightening spirits of those who have lived there before.
Run away.
And
Retreat.
since I last featured Jen Barari's story, the strange supernatural activity
I love your videos, man.
still
Hope you're great
continues.
successes. Well, thank you, Logan Watson.
One evening, as the sun
I don't
sets,
like
Jen
this.
is loading up her car
She
to
done
go
for.
on a
Yeah,
trip.
yeah, go
when
Trez,
she
Gordon.
suddenly
She
hears
done for, baby.
something that shocks her to her core.
It's over, baby. It's over for her, baby. I came back because I left all my luggage and work computer. Plan on leaving tomorrow.
Holy Did you guys hear that?
You better fight it, bitch.
I'm crazy.
Oh my God, did you guys hear that voice say help?
Oh my
I heard that.
God.
Y'all heard that? Footsteps. Footsteps. Footsteps.
This is insane.
Run, bitch. Run.
Now I hear that animal again.
Run, bitch. Hey, X-Smooth Perp. Hell no to the no. Hell to the no. Hey, you heard this shit. Hell to the no. Hell to the no. Ah! Run, ho!
I swear to God that wasn't me.
Run, ho! What are you doing? Stop
Can you
it,
please do that
Brain!
again?
Why? What? More?
Please. I'm gonna count so you guys know it's not me. Please.
An eerie female voice can be heard saying, "Help," and "Leave."
That was fucking crazy. That was fucking crazy. That was fucking crazy. I'm gonna count so you guys know it's not me. Please. Please.
Yo, she's warning you, bitch!
But that's not all
Run,
that can capture
slut!
in this bizarre bit of paranormal evidence. So again, I ask you, did you see it? Inside the small window at the top of the old barn, 2 unexplained odd pale hands can be seen.
No!
Jen didn't notice at the time. Multiple TikTok viewers pointed out the creepy sighting.
Yo!
In disbelief.
Run,
Claims that she
bitch!
has no idea whose hands these could be, as there was no one inside the barn. Another night, and Jen hears an odd sound outside. She grabs her phone and records as she goes outdoors to check it out. The noise is coming from her daughter's swing set, but there's nothing there. At least it seems that way, because a CCTV camera mounted outside captures something truly terrifying.
No.
I'm just bugging out. And I literally just got home.
Get out of that. Get out of there. No. No. Retreat, bitch! What? Is that's a girl? On top of that. That's a ghost child. That's not even she ain't even moving. Bitch, you about to lose your life, ho! You playing your games, bitch. You better get out of there, bitch. Bro.
Jen can't see anything there, and likewise her phone captures nothing but the swing set swaying back and forth. However, her CCTV's night vision camera reveals a bizarre female figure with long dark hair, standing directly in front of Jen, just staring at her. So what do you think is going on here? Is Jen's historic property haunted by multiple angry spirits from the past? I leave it up to you to decide.
Yo,
You
that's
can
what
check
I'm
out
saying,
many more
Batman
paranormal
Beyond, bro. What the fuck
encounters
is
on
that?
Jen Barari's TikTok
Go
account
help her, then leave.
and
No,
YouTube
don't help the
channel.
bitch. Get the hell out of
If you
there,
see a
bro.
video
No,
that
you
think
gotta
would be
leave
perfect for the top
immediately.
5, or if you have a ghost
Come
story
on
to
now,
tell and you
guys.
caught
It's
something
not
great,
the
contact
time
me at Nukes
to
Top
be
5 at
brave,
gmail.com.
okay? It's not
Railway
rocket
to
surgery
nowhere.
or brain science, okay?
YouTube
We got to
gamer
get
and
the hell
urban
out
explorer Mr.
immediately.
Omega often goes on
Don't
overnight
ask no
challenges to
questions.
explore abandoned and spooky
We black.
places
We
in
all
this
black.
country of
You
New
watching
Zealand.
me, you're
This
black.
time he plans
And
to
black
stay
people
overnight
run
in the
when shit
deserted
happens.
Spooner's Tunnel.
Okay,
An old train path
immediately.
that
We
was
don't
dug out
ask
of the mountain
questions.
by hand
We don't
back
start
in
recording.
1891.
That's why you guys don't have a lot of
Unfortunately,
records
the
of
railway
me and
line
crazy
suffered
shit
financial
popping.
difficulties,
Because I
and
don't
the tunnel
record,
was
bitch.
never
I
connected
run.
to the railway system.
I'm
The tunnel was
gone,
eventually
bitch.
closed and dismantled
Fuck
back in
this.
1955. The passageway was
Fuck
dubbed,
you mean?
quote, the railway to nowhere.
Nope, I'm not
YouTuber
doing it.
Mr. Omega
If it
decides
don't go
that the
nowhere, then what I
creepy
look
old
like going
abandoned
exploring
tunnel
shit,
is the
nigga? I ain't
perfect
got no reason to
spot
go up in
to
there.
film an overnight challenge.
Nigga, you going overnight?
Okay, here we are here. The only person I
Oh,
have
I
with me
can't
is
stand
Max.
brave people.
You know, man's
Shit.
best friend and everything. Oh man, look at that.
Timid book. Facts.
There's a vehicle over there
Nigga,
that's
Timid know
burned
what's
out
good.
too. Oh man, look at it.
Tykes Marzell, I'm
Oh, this is
already
not a
black. Hey,
popular
that's real
spot
for
for
real, man.
people
We and now you
come up
double
and do
as black
gosh knows
now,
what.
man.
Okay, I'll flow here.
Jeez, oh hell no.
Okay, before we
He
even
said
go
brain
into
science.
the tunnel, as
It's
you can
not
see,
brain
it's
science.
totally pitch black.
And it's definitely not rocket
it's too
surgery,
dark to
nigga.
go
We
in
don't.
without any form
That's
or
why I
source
don't
of
do
light.
brave type
So,
shit. You know what I'm
That's the
saying?
next thing we need to get out of the pack.
Get a
Oh,
3 million
there's
subs,
my baby.
And he'll go to a haunted
This is my
place.
massive
Oh,
dolphin
hell
torch.
no.
It's a really good torch.
Why are
as
you going
can
to
see.
call?
It pretty
Not
much
me,
shone
bitch?
right down to the end of
Who
the
you
tunnel
going to
there.
call?
So
That's real. Who you gonna
this thing
call?
will do the trick,
Not
I'm
me,
sure.
bitch.
So
That's
Mr.
real.
Omega and his loyal
See,
dog
Gary
Max head
understands.
into the tunnel to find a spot to set up
Katana,
camp
this
for
man
the
blast
night.
rocket surgery.
I
Hey, that's
managed to
real
secure
talk,
myself
Katana. You
a
just
place
don't
to,
realize,
stay
man. I'm
for the
smart.
night. And as you can see,
I read pamphlets,
out
bitch.
here, it is totally dark now. The sun's gone right down. There's
Don't
no
look
more
down
light
there.
left.
What are you
If I
doing?
turn my light off now. This is the
Bro, that looks
freaky
like the
thing.
world's
When I
driest
turn this light
vagina
off,
down
it is
there.
totally pitch black
Ah,
and
no.
silent. You ready?
You know what? That's where all the
Oh, yeah.
dust is coming from. I don't like this. No.
That's spooky.
Can we not?
If you ask me.
Can we not do
I feel
this?
good having the dog here. Where are you, Max? Max! There you are. There he is. I feel better having my dog with me. I mean, obviously, if I didn't have Max, it'd be a little bit creepy. Obviously, I feel like safer with my dog being here.
Yeah, dog
He
gonna
will
die
always bark
first.
if anyone comes uninvited to
Man's best
visit us in
friend.
the night. So I'll
About
always
to
wake
go
up. I'm a
the
light sleeper as
way
well, so I'm always gonna
of
wake
old
up
Yella.
to hearing Max's bark. Don't know, Max. I'm always gonna hear what
Eat
you're gonna
Cheetos.
say.
Hey, that's real.
Around 4 a.m., things start to get really weird. Omega discovers that he has no cell reception inside the tunnel, and so along with Dog Max, he heads back to the opening to check his phone. After that, he starts to trek back inside the tunnel, and then this happens.
We're gonna complete our overnight challenge. Yes, we do. Alright, Max, let's go back in.
Being brave gone wrong, baby.
Woo!
This isn't good. You lost your dog? I don't like this.
Oh gosh, damn.
I don't like this. I don't like
I hear
this.
some sort of tune out of it.
I don't like this.
Max, come here.
I don't like this.
Come here.
I don't like this. Nope.
Max.
Absolutely not.
Who's that? Who's that, Max?
No.
What the actual?
No, don't look. Don't.
Can you go?
No, don't explore. Never explore. I don't do this.
Where is it? I don't know if you guys can hear this on the camera, but there's something. What is that? What the?
What the hell? What the hell is that? What the hell is that? That's not that bad.
What is that? Max,
No.
what is that? Hello? Is there somebody here? That's just creepy as... What the hell?
You gotta
Is
break
anyone
that
here?
shit.
What is that? Oh! Max! Hurry up!
You ain't bring the pistol with you, nigga? Bro, you better up it on that, nigga.
Toy is just lying in the middle of the path.
Fuck that.
In the warbly rendition of
Man, they ain't look like no ghost. That was a human.
Omega turns around
Ah,
and
beat the
shocked
shit out of
his
it.
skin as he sees a man lurching toward him out of a crevice in the tunnel wall. He just makes a run for it. Now, Mr. Omega says that he is absolutely stunned by what happened. He has no idea why anyone would be hiding in the cold abandoned train tunnel at 4 a.m.
Man, that's a regular ass human being, nigga. What's good?
Nowhere.
Fuck that.
Miles away from any
Yeah, I'm saying, bro. Damn that,
The
nigga.
baffling part of this incident is that the dog Max did not react at all to the creepy stranger. Almost like the man was not even there. And perhaps most disturbing of all, why did whoever this was set out a creepy little toy?
I ain't gonna lie, I would have ran too.
Paranormal or not,
I'm not gonna lie, I would have run.
Absolutely.
But I wouldn't have cried the same way this dude. Oh my God, Max. What's going on? Like, no, nigga.
Mr.
Hey, yo, hey, I'll get you, bitch. That's I'd have ran.
This next video was posted
That's
to
what I'd have
YouTube
said.
over 12
Hey,
years
hey,
ago
I'll
by an
get you,
anonymous
bitch.
YouTube account.
And then I'd have ran.
The video
I'm
was
not
filmed by
going.
David Ortiz, the custodian
I
of
would,
Sawyer
yeah, I would have got out of
Elementary
there.
School in
I would have
Chicago,
trusted that.
Illinois.
I would have ran.
David is alerted by a teacher named Evelyn who claims that she saw a door in the back of the school's boiler room inexplicably slam shut all on its own.
I know what that means.
David films as he and teacher Evelyn go
She
back
wanna
to the
suck
boiler
some
slash
stuff,
storage
man.
room to
I'm not mad at
investigate.
it. Yeah, let's
What
go check out
happens
the haunted.
Is truly
Let's go check out the
bizarre.
haunted hallway, baby. I got you. Ooh, ain't she like 65 too? Damn, yeah, she definitely trying to suck on something. You know what I'm saying?
Has that been
Complete and agreeable.
all right? Explain to us what happened, Evelyn.
I went to get my little supplies. Babe, I don't want to go back here.
Well, I'm here. I'm here now. Oh, don't worry.
But you come with me.
All right. What? So what happened?
Nope, you on your own, bitch.
Get on this own and just sit by yourself, David. I don't know if I want to go. I don't feel
All right.
good about that.
All right. Hang on. Just wait.
I don't want to go back there.
Let me just take a look.
Hey, you know how you
Now,
give
you say
Scooby-Doo
what
some
happened
Scooby
now?
snacks?
Door shut by
All you got to do is just hook your boy up with a little bit of a blowjob. I'll go check it out.
All right.
Half a blowjob. That's my going rate.
I'm looking. I'm not going back there either.
Was you scared?
Yeah, bitch, ain't you? I can't stand women that do that shit. Oh, what, you scared? Bitch, you scared too, bitch? Why am I gotta be the man out of this?
Come on. Go ahead. Evelyn, just go.
No.
Oh, bitch, you a man, ain't
I'm
you?
right here. I see the door. All right. Go get your stuff. I'm right here.
Oh, David, I'm scared.
Don't be. Hold on. Wait a minute. Just wait.
Operation Human Shield in full effect, baby.
Go ahead.
Operation Human Shield, bitch. Oh! Oh!
No way.
We gonna edit that out. I didn't scream. Y'all didn't see that. I need everybody to delete your VODs. Everybody delete your videos. Nobody saw me just get scared.
Stand by.
Stand by, nigga. You ain't no policeman, nigga.
Oh my God.
What you calling for backup,
The
nigga?
chair in the back of the boiler room suddenly slides forward all on its own, giving both David and Evelyn the scare of a lifetime.
Man, throw that bitch. Hey, I'd have throw that bitch right into it. Here you go. You got it.
Or pushed to the ground, and David's video just cuts out. The two
Yep,
school
she gotta go get
employees
that
have
all
no
by herself.
explanation for what happened.
Yep.
Now, after this video was posted to YouTube, many former students of Sawyer Elementary came forward to say that they too had experienced paranormal activity while attending the school. Anyway, so I guess I don't have to ask, did you see it?
Oh my.
But could Sawyer Elementary School be haunted? As always, you decide. Pitch black. Reddit user NoTell411 claims that his aunt and her family were on vacation
Equal rights,
and he was
equal
house
rights.
sitting
That's
for
real
them.
talk.
Then, one night, he spots something on her
No,
child's
you wearing the pants, ain't
Nannycam
you, in a relationship,
that makes
bitch?
his
You got it?
blood run cold.
Go on, get up in there.
I don't know if I'm seeing or tripping, but check this out. So this is my aunt's son's room, right? There's no one in here. Right? Nothing. Closet.
I don't like this. I don't like this. Really, nigga? You gonna turn off the lights? Okay. You wanna be funny, huh? Yep. You wanna be funny. Yeah. It's all fun and games. It's all fun and games. This shit is not right.
Alright, now
Oh, God.
Right on the monitor here. Tell me that doesn't look like someone standing in the room.
Maybe?
Like I've checked, like went back and forth 3 times, and I so okay, nothing, right? Like what?
Yeah, that's a bit baffling right there.
I want to go back in there. I have an idea. Put this like right here.
Get a new house.
Alright. Okay, I saw a ball in the other room. I'm gonna go grab it.
Don't do it, man.
Okay. Make sure it's clear. Alright, let's see how this goes. Okay, alright. There is definitely something in there.
Huh? What? You're lying.
What?
Is it?
A small dark figure appears to be standing in the child's room behind a stuffed dinosaur, but in front of the desk. However, when he goes into the room, there's nothing there. Baffled by what he's seeing, he attempts to, well, just pitch a ball at it. But the creepy figure doesn't move. Reddit user Notel411 says that he did not go back inside the room for the rest of his stay, and he still has no idea what the security camera captured. The Lady of the Lake. Paranormal investigators Casey and Colton from the YouTube channel Mindseed TV set out to investigate an allegedly haunted lake house in southern Georgia.
That house is all y'all,
the property
bro. I ain't
belongs
got
to an
nothing to do with
older
that.
couple who claims that an
That's
evil
all y'all,
presence
man.
is
Hey,
making
look,
their
hey.
lives a living hell. Now the backstory is that the
That might have
home's
been Airbnb
previous
and everything.
residents were a
Damn
young
that.
couple who were
Absolutely
having
not.
serious marital problems.
It was a black man.
The wife had an affair, and it is believed that the
Dark
husband
Hurricane
discovered
420.
her
In the words of
indiscretion.
BHD, I'd live at the bus
Very
stop. Yeah, that's real.
suspiciously, one day, the wife
I live
just
at the bus stop.
disappeared. After weeks of searching, the woman's drowned body was found in the lake near the home.
Yeah, she was
The
wet.
current owners say that they have experienced everything from objects moving on their own to doors slamming in the middle of the night. To make things even more disturbing, every time something unexplainable happens, they seem to find insects, frogs, and even snakes by the dozens inside their small home. The Mindseed team, Casey and Colton, are invited to spend the night at the property to investigate. When exploring inside the house, it doesn't take long before something happens that they simply can't explain.
Wherever your presence is, you can talk to us. Scam? What does that mean?
Maybe scan the house?
Maybe.
What is it actually asking us to scan right now?
Oh my God. Damn.
Something broke and the chair just moved. That chair just moved right there.
Y'all saw that shit?
What is it actually asking us to scan right now?
What just f***ing happened?
Something broke and the chair just moved.
Oh my God.
Yep, we got glass in here. There's glass everywhere in here.
Oh.
That was
Nice. Roach. Is that a big ass roach?
Bro.
A chair slides across the floor and a wine glass falls and shatters. But what makes it even creepier is that they suddenly find roaches everywhere in the kitchen. Now, a little freaked out by what just happened, the Mindseed TV guys decide to go outside to do a spirit box session inside a barn that is very near the lake. What happens in the barn shocks them to their core.
Is this the one that was found in the lake?
My first reaction was to mute the spirit box, so I muted the spirit box and we were just listening for a moment, trying to see if we could hear maybe another one or like any kind of follow-up noises.
Another one. Yo! Damn, bitch. What's she tripping for?
I can't explain to you what emotionally and mentally went on there. It was like everything that I had a choice of to think about shut off and an instinct just kicked in.
Hell nah. I'm out. Bro, the ghost clapping, bro. Yeah, the ghost clap. What the fuck?
Tell me you heard that.
What's that, dude?
Casey asks whether they are communicating with the woman that was found in the lake, and all hell breaks loose as the entire barn begins to shake, sending the investigators running for safety. Just then, they hear a loud sound. Something is sloshing around in the lake. For their final investigation, they decide to use a Ouija board to attempt to contact the spirit of the drowned woman. They set up their board and equipment on a dock right next to the lake. It did not go well.
Bro, that's wild.
Is there more than one of you here?
It's because I'm finally watching scary shit, huh? Bro, y'all been asking me for a long time.
Can you give us an initial?
And I'm finally doing it.
Can you give us...
Why are you messing with a Ouija board, bro?
Anything.
Please don't do this. No!
The two investigators are absolutely horrified as they see the face of a woman emerge from the water. Casey claims that he could clearly see eyes and dark wet hair. The two guys just made a run for it. The Mindseed TV team says that they've never experienced anything like what happened. So could this be the spirit of the woman who lost her life in the lake? Or could it all just be a very elaborate hoax?
What the gods?
You decide. Thanks so much for watching. Please subscribe and hit the little bell icon because my posting schedule is, well, it's all over the place. Follow me on the Twitters. Follow me on the Instagrams.
What the?
Just do.
Yo, that might be the scariest thing I've ever seen in my goddamn life. Yo, this bitch came up out the fucking water, bro. That's like the worst case scenario. That bitch literally came up out the water. Nigga, like what do you do? What do you do?
Can you get
equipment on a dock?
So this is why you don't do Ouija boards, bro. I swear to God, dude.
Right next to
Fuck this, man.
The lake. It did not go well.
Me?
No, me.
Bro, I don't do this shit, nigga.
Contact the spirit of the drowned woman. They set up their board and equipment on a dock right next to the lake. It did not go well.
Is there more?
Bro, and the way this bitch popped up on him too. She ain't come up slow. She was like,
How you doing?
She ain't, bro. How you doing? How you doing?
How you doing?
She ain't.
One of you here.
I was watching the chat with that man.
Can you give us an initial? Can you give us your name? Can you give us anything?
I don't even want to know about her.
The two investigators are absolutely horrified as they see the face of a woman emerge from the water. Casey claims that he could clearly see eyes and dark wet hair before the two guys just made a run for it. The Mindseed TV team says that they've never experienced anything like what happened that night. So could this be the spirit of the woman who lost her life in the lake? Or could it all just be a very elaborate hoax? You decide.
I love the look on the first guy's face.
He said he was getting out of there. I'm not gonna hold
Bro, that's it. Oh my God. Alright, y'all. We gonna watch top 20 scariest goat videos of the year. I never even seen this one. Oh, what are we doing? Oh, I'm fucking up. Oh my God, I don't want to watch this. Oh my God, I don't want to watch it. Oh my God, I don't want to. I don't deserve this.
Turn off the lights and go full screen, because it's the top 20 scariest ghost videos of the year. The Highway 5 Ghost Girl. This next video, posted to Reddit by user Lil Doc Doll, was recorded from a monitor, then screen capped on a phone before it finally made its way to the internet.
You guys know. Tell me y'all wouldn't have got the hell out of there with that bullshit, nigga.
The video
Bitch came out the goddamn water, nigga. Bitch came up out the water on these niggas like.
Frightening incident. So, one night
Bro,
two truckers are driving
and the
on
scary
Highway
shit was
5
she
in
only
Land
showed the
Rover
top of her
to get
face.
the scare
She didn't
of a
even show her
lifetime.
mouth, nigga, just her eyeballs like. I don't do that shit, nigga.
Wait, what?
The panic-stricken truck drivers pull over and call 911. But when they check the highway and the surrounding area along with arriving police, they
I
don't
was jump
find
scared by the
anything.
intro, nigga. Fuck
There's
that, man.
just no one.
That was an illusion. Mr.
After the
Abyss
truck
Fuel,
drivers
shut
request
the
the viewing of the
You get the
footage
hell out of here with
recorded
that.
that
You know
night on
what?
Highway 5,
You go back to
they
that
are
place and you
Just
go
like
with a
they
Ouija
thought,
board
there is in fact
and
a girl
you.
in a long dress
You know what I mean?
walking across the
Since this is
road,
not a, since it didn't happen,
hit by their
go
truck.
swimming in the water, nigga.
They later
Get
find
yourself
out that there's
Jason
a well-known
Voorhees.
ghost
Watch what
story
happened.
associated with this road.
Red for his
Highway
life. Them
5
niggas got the
in
hell out of that.
Alabama. The
Gotta
story
stay
goes that
prepared.
10 years
Sage
ago
him.
on a
Nigga,
rainy
Sage
night,
what?
A teenage girl on her way home from her high school prom lost her life on the road after
play
being
Power
hit by an
Wash Simulator
18-wheeler
therapy.
truck. Over the years, many truck drivers claim that they have witnessed a girl wearing a prom dress
I'm gonna have to
on
play
Highway
something.
5.
I don't care
So
if
could
it's
it
ghost
be
and
that these
get
truck
multiple
drivers
shots to
captured
fake
the
fuck
prom
that.
dress
But
ghost
she was
of Highway
bad.
5?
Wow,
The
Zarina.
reactions certainly look convincing.
I need you to stop
As
thinking with
always,
your happy place, Zarina. All right, Jesus. Get your mind out the gutter and pass the butter. Fuck. She look like Jason coming up out that water, nigga.
The Haunted
That's
Hill
real.
House.
Fuck that.
The
Hey, what's
Haunted
up,
Hill
Argent?
House in Mineral Wells, Texas
gonna
is said
do,
to
a
be one
ghost?
of the most
What are
haunted
we gonna do, a
locations
ghost?
in the
Square up?
U.S.
Nigga,
over
run.
125
Run for our
years,
lives,
dark
Kevin
and
Hernandez.
troubling
I'm not
past,
fucking.
That doesn't come as
I'm
much
not
of a
sticking around, bro.
surprise. The home was once
I'm not
a
asking
haven for illegal
questions.
activity.
I ain't
It served
fighting.
as a
I ain't
gambling
doing none of
hall,
that.
A bootlegging operation.
I live
and
in the
even a brothel.
suburbs.
It also
A
served
brothel.
as a makeshift hospital for over 50 years. It is said that the Haunted Hill House is inhabited by
I
the
don't know if I
ghosts of
believe
at
Ouija
least
boards actually
9
work,
people
but I don't
who
mess with.
lost
I
their
don't mess with a
lives
Ouija
there.
board. Nigga, fuck
The
that.
Hill House can be rented out for ghost
Damn
tours and
that.
investigations
Absolutely
by interested
not.
groups and curiosity seekers. So one night in late September, a group of friends and family rented the Hill House just to have a little
Pass
fun.
what butter? Hey, don't
None
ask
of the
questions.
group were quote-unquote paranormal investigators.
I wouldn't even been
In
there.
fact,
Yeah, I
many
wouldn't have
of
been.
them
No,
were
I don't do
doubters who
that.
just wanted to prove that the so-called Haunted Hill House wasn't actually haunted at all. But that's not exactly how things went down. The house is said to be haunted by one particularly violent spirit that the house's owners refer to as Dr. Yeager. One of the visitors, Victoria, lays down on the bed in one of the rooms and jokingly starts taunting Dr. Yeager. It did not go well.
Yep, big bitch thought shit was sweet.
No kidding.
Whoa!
Off the bed. This was not a fall. And then they ran out. We're gonna rewind that and we're gonna show you in regular screen.
She got snapped.
Damn! Yank that hoe up.
Something seems to violently yank
Who you talking to,
Victoria
bitch?
right off the bed as her friends look on in terror. The house has a static black and white security camera in every room.
Ain't nobody playing with you, bitch.
Yike! Victoria is pulled off the bed and the group makes a run for it.
Bro,
One
I'm
of the
in
guys
shock.
is
What
so
the fuck?
shook, he even drops his
What's that?
phone and just leaves it on the floor behind him.
Yeah, I wouldn't go in there.
Now,
You can have that.
cut to almost 1 hour later, around 3 a.m.
Y'all can
A
have
guy
that
named
phone.
Drew wants to test this alleged paranormal activity for himself. So he enters the same bedroom and immediately begins taunting the ghost of, quote, Dr. Yeager. He says that the spirit is a coward, and that if he really wants to attack someone, why doesn't he try attacking a man instead?
Oh, he trying to
Look at the guy in the white
That nigga
hat
dumb.
right here, guys. Follow him.
Before I can even finish my sentence, I'm in the air.
Alright, we're gonna pull it back. Did you see he got pushed?
So Drew got his wish. He is violently shoved by something, and then he almost knocks down his two friends while making a mad dash from the room. It should be noted here that Drew has gone on record as saying that he will never set foot inside the haunted Hill House ever again.
But
it
Moose,
gets
sorry I
even
can't say
weirder.
more, but I had to
After
donate.
Drew is pushed and
This
he
is
and
too
his friends
funny.
run
That's
from
what's up,
the room,
Moosey.
something seems to
I
yank
appreciate
the
you,
door shut
bros.
behind
I
them.
appreciate you for the
If you
donation,
watch
man. I really,
closely,
really
you
do,
can
bro.
actually
Thanks for the
see
$10
door not
donation,
move
bros.
as if it's being pulled.
You trying to
So
press
is
the
the
ghost,
haunted Hill
bro.
House one of the most
See, this is
haunted
why
places
talking
on
shit
Earth?
ain't good, bros.
Would you go
Talking
into that
shit,
room and taunt
go
the spirit
bad,
of
my
Dr.
nigga.
Yeager? Let me
Homie out
know
here talking all
down
that
in the
good
comments.
shit. And the
Everyone's
ghost
saying Aaron
The unhappiest
up the
place
strap on his black
Earth.
ass.
Oh no.
Popular Japanese YouTube channel
I don't
Fourth
know.
Wall claims that they have been sent video footage of a family
Oh, that's
visiting
the dude from
Tokyo
Teen
Disneyland.
Titans.
Since there
Attack
are
on
very
Titans.
strict privacy laws in Japan, the footage has been blurred to protect identities. Now, allegedly, the family's daughter is too scared to ever return to the Disney park after this incident. This is the footage.
I already don't trust the Disney park.
Did you see it?
No.
The anonymous video recorder is walking on the second floor of
Oh
what
my
appears
God.
to be the Disneyland hotel lobby. They pan to the right, and what appears to be the pale, translucent figure
Oh
of a little
shit!
girl can
Yo,
be seen
Lexia
right
Knight.
in front
Hey,
of them.
love you seeing you freak out the
But
scary crap.
they don't see
Find
it.
you back in
They
2016.
didn't even
Cheers, dude.
discover the
Hey, what's up,
figure until
Lexus?
after
Thank
their
you for the
trip while
donation,
they were
yo.
looking through their
Hey,
footage.
official thump.
So is it a
Every
ghost
man
caught
for
on
themselves
camera?
at the end. Hey, that's
Or
real
is it
talk.
just an
Official
elaborate
thump.
hoax?
Yeah, I
You
mean
decide.
that's real. Lexia probably
Screaming
understand that
ghost.
too.
Paranormal
Yeah, I mean
investigator
the homie,
Ross Allison
the
has
homie
been
Moosey
heading up a
definitely
ghost
understand
hunting
that
in
as
the
well.
Pacific Northwest
We all
on
know
a
that we got to
ghost
get the hell
for
out of
nearly
here. You know what I
20
mean?
years.
And my account
After
probably
one of their
understands that better than
investigations,
everybody.
A female team member
For real, for real.
believes that she was
I
followed
appreciate
home
all of you
by
guys,
an
man.
unhappy
Hey, for real,
spirit
for real.
who attached itself to her.
I'm gonna start
Afterwards,
reacting
she
to.
says
I'm
that
gonna start
every time
doing
she
this more
records
often,
her
like live
voice,
streaming
unexplained
scary shit.
horrific screams and growls appear on her recordings. In this clip, to prove her claim, she records herself in full view of a camera in a room full of people, which would make faking the recording nearly impossible.
Hi, it's me again. Obviously. No one can understand why you have to scream, and neither can I.
Yo, Ryan Brown. Maurice, there used to be an abandoned tuberculosis hospital in the town I live in. One night, a few high school kids broke in and actually stole a brain in a jar. They brought it to school. The feds got involved. Was it a haunted situation? Like, did the ghost of the person who owned the brain show up to get it back? Did they end up getting haunted? Ryan Brown?
Please.
Yo, the gaming cam. Sorry, didn't have much. Hey, gaming cam, dude, don't worry about it. Hey, like, I appreciate you guys donating anything, bro. For real. Like, you know what I mean? And again, it's not required. Just come, chill, and get the shit scared out of you with me as I get the shit scared out of me with me. You know what I'm saying?
I have friends with me. They understand things in the spirit world. We all want to try to help. I know you came with me from Rolling Hills and I told you you would never have to go back there. But now I'm thinking you need to go someplace else.
That was a little...
I'm gonna turn it off now.
See?
Okay, let's see what we've got.
See, she was going to haunted places doing bullshit and she messed around and she got
messed around.
Yeah, she got a ghost attached to her punk ass.
Fuck around,
and now it's everywhere with her.
Just as she claims, some terrifying voice seems to appear near the end of the recording. Damn! Nothing could be seen or heard by live witnesses or in the video.
The Mr. Venom Kid Alpha. As you always say, Blast, white people always want to investigate. I be wanting to investigate too, but my nigga senses be kicking in, man. I be getting
looking glass.
Scared
in this
and
classic
shit.
internet ghost video, a man in South Yorkshire, England, claims that his
I ain't
house is
investigating
haunted by
shit.
the ghost of a young boy.
I ain't looking no place I know I ain't supposed to be looking at.
The rooms and begins filming.
Unless a chick like pull out her breast or something, I'll look at that shit, nigga.
I thought you said
she pulled them shits out herself. Like it's not. I have to. Like it's disrespectful not to look. I've not looked at breasts when females pulled them out and they got mad at me. For real. That's a real thing. I'm not. That's not a joke.
Show yourself, Lord.
She got pissed.
Show yourself.
Ryan Brown says, I don't know, LOL. But if I were that person, I'd be super pissed. I knew one girl vaguely, and she was a satanist. She was a satanist. For real?
That's crazy.
I hope.
Did you smash? Like,
keep it a bean, bro.
Like, for real. Like, yeah, I mean, as a young homie would say, keep it a bean.
Keep it a bean, bro.
Did you smack? Like, was it worth it? Cause like, honestly, to keep it real, crazy bitches have the best vagina, bro.
I ain't gonna lie to you.
Bitches crazy as shit. They put all that crazy and freaking anger and bitterness or whatever that shit goes into the fucking, and that shit, it's, yeah, I mean, I'm not mad at it. I smash shots of toxic bitches.
Toxic, love it.
Okay, now.
A drawer opens on its own, and the heavy mattress falls over.
That motherfucker is heavy.
But it gets even stranger.
How'd it get worse?
When the man is panning around the room, this.
No. Don't show us. Don't show it to us. Oh, no.
Did you see it? The shape of something that looks like a small boy seems to be peering back at him in the mirror.
Oh, shit.
And when he pans the camera back, the shape in the mirror has vanished. So is this a ghost caught on camera? Or just an elaborate hoax? You decide.
That's trippy though.
The passenger.
Damn
this
that!
Killing CCTV video was allegedly shared to the public.
Damn that, Ryan Brown!
In Japan.
Damn that,
he says
Lexia
that
Knight!
After 1 a.m., he saw
damn that, my
on the
account!
Street raise her hand.
Damn that, Zach!
He pulls over.
The gamer. Damn that, it's your boy Tack.
next
I'm not doing it.
Sonic.
Bizarre.
Damn that, Sonic.
I'm not doing it.
Damn that, art drawing.
Press 1 in the chat if you ain't doing this shit. If you don't do this shit,
the one in the chat. Right?
Press 1 in the chat if when shit go down, You getting the fuck out. That's what the BHD Army stands for.
Driver remotely opens the door
You know what I mean?
with a switch.
Protect
expecting
ourselves.
the woman to
Always
step
protect
inside
your
the
star
vehicle.
player.
But when he looks again, there's no one there.
What?
So the confused driver simply closes the door and drives away. But just a few minutes later, but when he looked back with a expecting the woman to, the taxi driver remotely opens the door in the back with a switch, expecting the woman to step inside the vehicle. But when he looks again, there's no one there. So the confused driver simply closes the door and drives away. But just a few minutes later, he drives
See,
through a tunnel on the
1111.
road.
We don't
Without
do that.
knowing, his drive recorder captures something
We
absolutely
don't do this.
terrifying.
Every man for himself. All right, now let's look at the back seat of this. Apparently something happens. Motherfucker, what?
Did he not think about that?
Nigga, do you see that? Nigga. 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 Nigga, you see that shit, nigga?
I'm in shock. I don't know what to
Nigga.
say.
Bitch is gone. Bitch is gone. Bitch is back. Nigga, what the fuck? No. No. Pay your fare, bitch. Ain't no free rides in this bitch.
The extremely disturbing figure of a woman can be seen appearing in the backseat of his car.
Trippy as
Not
fuck.
once,
Nigga.
but twice. She appears distorted with a swollen face, one
Oh.
creepy eye open and one closed. The taxi driver claims that he had no idea what was happening so close behind
I
him.
keep it real with y'all.
He
I
says
still
that
smash.
He felt a disturbing chill at the time.
I still
but he
smash.
didn't see or hear anything unusual. The driver believes this to be the manifestation of a spirit of the victim of a traffic accident on this road, forever lost on the streets of Japan, trying to get a ride back home.
Damn. Yeah, I had to cover her face up.
The St. Charles Hotel.
I hella
On the YouTube
smash.
ghost hunting channel, The Haunted Side.
Press 1 in the
the
chat if you would
investigator
smash.
Patrick and his cameraman Jason
You just
are
gotta put a
investigating
bag
the supposedly
or a coat
very
over her
haunted
face.
St. Charles Hotel in
It's not just me, right?
I
The
don't
hotel
know.
has been in
You know what I mean?
continuous
Like,
operation for over 150
Use a condom, you know what I mean? It's
So obviously it's had its fair
Protection?
share of tragic events occurring inside its walls.
No?
Almost
Hey, Young, hold on now. Don't you judge me,
immediately,
Young. Damn it,
guys
now.
begin to experience
Damn it.
unexplained activity.
People put one.
Batman Beyond, no smash. Wow. Our drawing.
Yeah,
No, you guys are not gonna support
I
me.
said 0.
Y'all not gonna be supportive.
I don't even see anything in here.
React to the
That's
Baddington
metal.
VHS tapes. 11111. Is
Patrick and
that
Jason
is
head
that
to the
pineapples?
hotel's most haunted
Yeah.
rooms to
Is y'all
continue
texting
their
pineapples at me?
investigation.
Pineapples. I'm not.
Room 305.
No, pineapples. I don't do it.
And 304.
One of her eyes is swollen closed. She's already
Where
dead.
should we go first?
I don't want to have sex with cold vagina.
0.
That's
Again,
real.
This is the floor where
Everybody put
there's a
0.
lady.
Type 1 in the chat if you
1800s that
would
is
have
sitting
sex
around
with
there
cold
watching
vagina.
this.
Like it's not just
Oh,
me.
okay, wait. We
I
talking about
need-
different shit
And
now.
now-
What?
This is when
What?
things get
Come
truly
on.
bizarre.
Come on, man.
Do
It's
you have
it's
something you want to say? Come and talk
you
to
know.
us.
Come on, man. It's cool. Brave men in desperate times. We gotta do what we gotta do.
Yeah.
Mike Harris.
See, I'm getting some ones here. Mike Harris, thanks for the $5 donation, bros.
That was weird.
Christian Zilla. If we forgot you, we got
See,
you
people
now.
are saying
Is that
one.
you?
See, look, everyone's down. The
That
bone.
felt
Nah,
like a little.
the niggas who saying 0 is on me, bro.
Everyone is down.
Now, at first, this clip
Gussy.
might not seem
Yeah,
that
that's a
compelling,
ghost with
but
wet
right after Patrick is touched,
vagina
watch
because
what the
it
night vision
drowned to
camera
death.
catches.
What?
That was weird.
Everyone is, you know what I mean? Dude, a mouth is a mouth.
Is that you?
First off, a mouth's a mouth,
Did you
man.
see it?
Did I see it?
Now, this chilling capture of a pale apparition might be a bit hard to see on
Yeah, I don't know
a darker
about all that,
phone
bro.
screen or a monitor. So, I've enhanced the video just a bit.
Okay.
But note, nothing was added to the Haunted Side's original video. It has only been adjusted to highlight what was already there.
When are you visiting a
Is
haunted
that
a haunted
you?
house? Night Owl.
I ain't gonna gonna lie, I ain't doing that, bro.
Yeah, I don't. You know what I mean? When I hit 3 million subscribers,
Patrick and Jason,
and I'm working hard to make sure that doesn't happen,
is also
because
said to be a hotbed of
you know what I mean?
paranormal activity. They capture some
I got
very
kids,
odd
man.
temperature fluctuations in
You
the
know?
room. But the most chilling footage of all,
you know, I
happens
can't
just after they walk out.
Can't afford to go back.
Jason and myself had to leave.
Not
this
the
room.
dog Gussie.
Little did we know we were about to.
I never said nothing
capture
about no
something Unbelievable.
I never said nothing about no dogs. Never said nothing about no dogs. A cat, maybe. I mean, a bird, always.
Did you see
dogs? I don't know.
Again,
You know, dogs got teeth. They fight back.
Take another look.
Oh shit, that's not good.
Oh, I thought I'm hearing people.
Some creepy
fucking
figure
shit.
seems
I'm like,
to
what
just
the
be
fuck?
standing idly.
That's not
in the
that bad.
corner
That's
with
not
its
that
head
bad.
down. When they leave the room, it seems to raise its
A mouth
head
is a mouth. Yeah, that's
and
real.
disappear into the bathroom.
Yeah, I mean, like that
So
lumpy,
did the haunted side catch a
that
ghostly
ghost chick with the
apparition
lumpy
in
face.
2 separate rooms at the St. Charles Hotel?
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, just
Let
you
me know
know.
what you think down in the comments below.
Yeah, I mean,
You can
Someone
watch
asked
the
what type of
Side's
bird.
complete uncut
Huh? What type of
investigation
bird?
Yeah, what type of
over on their
bird?
YouTube channel.
Let's see, top 10
Another
birds
creepy doll
that
video was sent in by
I've
TikTok user
Hey, I'm not in
Liliana
this, bro.
that I've
Castillo.
watched videos
In the
about.
video, her daughter Golly
Yeah, I
can be
mean,
seen playing with her doll. Everything is fine until she seems to hear something odd that catches her attention.
I'd say number 1 on my list would be an ostrich. Longest neck. Long neck. What?
Crazy.
Good? Okay, thank
Yo.
you. Yeah, thank you so much.
That's
What-
funny.
You want a chick with a short neck? Like, come on now.
It's too
Kelly
funny,
Anna,
bro.
What?
My mom can still have.
Wait, we missed that. Run that back a little bit.
Mm.
Did the eyes move or something?
So, Kellyanna, what?
What the fuck?
I'm confused on what we missed.
The fuck?
Ooh.
Did you see it? Watch closely right at the corner of the screen. Right when Golly appears to hear something to her left, the doll turns its head to look at her. Horrified, Golly runs to her mom to tell her what happened.
Hell
The doll
no.
has since been
To the
thrown out in the
no.
trash.
No.
Something wicked.
Got rid of that shit.
Popular
Damn
Japanese
that.
ghost hunters Gachan, Yasuke, and Daichan from the YouTube channel Clip Store
Haunted Down
traveled to
Annabelle
what is known to
recently
be an
moved to
extremely
her older
haunted
sister
location
case
in
a
Hiroshima
few days ago.
Prefecture,
For real,
Japan.
Linster.
Hidden in
Linster
the mountains
boy.
here, there's a
BHD
mysterious
getting the
tall
gluck gluck from the
Western-style
ostrich.
ruin
Hey,
that sort of
don't
looks
tell
like a
nobody.
medieval castle.
I need
No one
I need
knows
us to
why
keep
this
all of
odd
this here.
structure was built,
And if I'm gonna be
or why
telling
it ended
y'all
up
all my
being
real
completely abandoned.
the stuff I'm
Locals
really
and
into,
curious visitors tell
I'm gonna need
strange
y'all not
stories
to be
about the
going
ghost
out
of
and
a
telling
woman
people.
wearing a dark
You know what I mean?
cape.
Because there's people out there.
They
You know what I
claim that the
mean?
dark
Like
figure
the people are willing
looks
to
something
lie.
rich.
What's said in the stream stays in
Clip
the
Store
stream.
team
Yeah,
did
what's
an
said in the stream
investigation
stays in the
outside,
stream. 'Cause
completely
y'all already
involved
heard
the
people are willing to
strange
lie on me.
Western-style
They're
exterior.
obviously willing to take
That's
some of
when
my
cameraman
real
Daichan
nasty shit and
notices
use that
something
against me.
truly
So I need y'all not to tell
bizarre.
anybody. But yeah, top 10 birds I would definitely make love with. Number 1 is an ostrich. You know. Yeah, I mean, number 2, I would have to say a pigeon. You know. Number 3, I would say what, a hummingbird. Now, only because, you know, hummingbird, it's got to be good at it. You know, if its name have hum in it already, what?
Appears to be someone quickly moving away. from
Look,
the
it'll
edge of
fit,
the roof.
man. You know, it's
Almost as if
cool.
someone or
Birds,
something is watching
dude,
them from
with
above.
enough Astroglide, you
The
could
team
fit a
splits up as
dog.
they
You
each
could fit
investigate one of the three
a
floors
full-blown
inside the
car
abandoned
into a
structure.
doghouse.
Investigator Yasuke
You
finds
know,
an old TV on the second floor and sits down to
and again,
listen and wait.
no
just
one
to
can
see
know
if he
about this
experiences
stuff.
Anything remotely.
You know, we're gonna edit all of this out.
What happens
We're
next?
gonna edit all of this out of the live
Do that
stream.
on a live.
No one's gonna know about any of this stuff. What the?
Somebody grabbed his butt.
What was that?
He got booty tickled?
The fuck?
What happens next? Experience TV on the second floor inside the abandoned
Probably got
structure.
tased or something.
Investigator Yasuke finds an old TV on the second floor and sits down to listen and wait, just to see if he experiences anything remotely paranormal. What happens next is absolutely terrifying.
That's not that bad.
I think something grabbed him.
洋介さんだ。大ちゃん。ガッチャン。どうした。なんか触られた。は？上おったろ今。大ちゃん後ろ。
Yeah! Run, bitch!
Wait, what? I didn't see that. They're gonna slow. They're gonna slow.
Nigga, did you see that? Nigga!
Homeboy, yeah, that's their homeboy.
Oh my God, yo, Lord Raven! Get yourself dinner on me, my friend. Hey, I love you back, Lord Raven. Yo! Definitely human. What about doing something for 2 million subs? Maybe you could spend a night in a regular abandoned house before a haunted one for 3 million subs. I said like at 2 million subs, we could hit up like a bird farm, find me like a female. You know what I mean? Get me a, you know, just to look around. Because I honestly, I've been dating for a while, man. I just don't think that, you know, that the right bird for me is out there. So I'm just going to, you know, but if I run into something that I, and again, I'm going to need you guys not to tell anybody about any of this stuff. You know,
the stream stays in the stream.
what happens in this, what happens in the stream stays in the stream. But I figured, you know what I mean? Like, you know,
hard against his shoulder,
because people,
him backwards
like, you could buy a human. You know, like, why not get a bird and get some peanut butter and, you know, to spread.
He sees something lurking over
you know?
Daichan's shoulder, up on the top floor. Yasuke screams to warn him, but
you guys support me, right? You guys support my nastiness. You guys, it's cool. It's cool. You guys understand? It's cool. Unexplained shadow, nigga. That's hair.
The spirit of the woman.
That's a lot of hair.
Run!
What the fuck is that?
The ghost hunters capture evidence of the paranormal.
Oh my God.
Let me know what you think.
Oh my God.
Watch this entire video
Why
over on
are
the
you
Japanese
there?
YouTube channel.
Run for our lives.
Popular streamer Brian from the Twitch channel Daily Dasher travels the
Run
world and
for
broadcasts his
our
adventures
lives.
live for thousands of people to watch on Twitch. In one of his many 6 to 8 hour
Staying at a
long
haunted
live
house.
streams,
I'll
he is
stay at a house.
celebrating
I'll
his
stay at a
birthday
haunted. I'll stay at
in
an abandoned
Ecuador.
house.
During his live broadcast, his viewers are shocked when they see someone who seems very out of place.
Bro. Yo. Baddington VA. What the fuck is that? The fuck is that?
He said that they close at 10, and it seems like that's what someone in the chat said, that the curfew is extended, but it's till 10. So even though we didn't get the exact words out of his mouth, there's still a curfew. It seems like these might add up. That's true. Don't scare me like that. Oh my God, it's gone! Oh no! Chat, I don't like supernatural stuff. Why you guys said it's a ghost girl? It's gone!
Bro, Christian Zilla Hurtago says, Baddington VHS videotapes. This should be for the next horror video. Really? I've never heard of Baddington
At first, Brian
horror
casually
stuff.
points out that there's a child standing at the balcony window.
Hey, Lord
Oddly,
Raisin, where you from, bro?
Perfectly
Lord Revan.
still. In
My
fact,
bad,
she is so still that viewers chatting in
Lord
his live
Revan.
stream think that it might be a statue. Some even
I
jokingly
don't trust that
suggest
shit,
that
bro.
it's
I
a
don't
little
trust that
ghost
shit,
girl.
bro.
So
What is he
Brian takes his
doing
camera
there?
around and looks over. To his horror, he
What's he
discovers
doing?
that the little girl has mysteriously
I don't
disappeared.
trust that shit. Nope.
Now, just like in the previous
I gotta
videos,
eat another candy
I'm
bar.
not necessarily saying that this is a paranormal
Oh, my
event
nerves.
caught on camera. It might simply be that the girl, who doesn't move and appears to be completely unresponsive to her surroundings,
That's fucking crazy. Look at her
maybe she
feet.
just ran off when Brian was distracted.
Nigga, that don't make no
Brian's
sense.
reaction to the odd disappearance seems very sincere. He actually seems a bit shook.
That's true. Don't scare me like that. Oh my God, it's gone! Oh no! I don't like supernatural stuff. Why you guys said it's a ghost girl?
The United Kingdom. That's what's up, Lord Revan. I've never been to the United Kingdom before.
But as with
Delete
the
the
other
stream
videos,
after I'm done?
I leave it up to you
Why?
to decide.
I'm not saying anything out of the
Opening a
ordinary in
window,
this stream.
Opening a doorway.
I've been
The
keeping it
strange
real this
Japanese
whole
video
stream.
popped up on the internet and quickly went viral with over 1 million views.
Bro.
Unfortunately, no one
If
seems
I reach
to
2
know
million
the
subscribers,
source
I'm
of
gonna
the
go to a
video,
bird sex dungeon.
including me. I did my usual research, but no one seems to have a clue as to where the
Oh,
creepy video
penguin.
came from.
Penguin
As with
sex
most Japanese
dungeon.
videos, the couple's
It's gonna be
identities
hot.
appear to be blurred in the original
Yep.
video. Having said all
BHD's
that,
penguin
the clip is
sexcapade.
still downright
That's what I'm gonna
chilling.
name the video. Again, tell no one of any of this stuff that I said here. If you tell anyone, I will deny it up and down. What the f is that? Yo, homie need to get, no, homie gotta get beat up. No! No!
It's
No!
time to go.
No! Did you see that?
Yeah, I seen that.
Nigga! No!
It's time.
No!
Oh!
The couple sees the odd
okay.
blurry shape
whole
of
thing out.
someone or something that seems to be peering into
No.
their
Hey,
kitchen
now we
window.
jumped at.
But when the guy quickly
Nigga.
slides the window open,
Nigga.
there's no one there.
We jumped
He
at
turns
his
back to his
girlfriend.
girlfriend and catches a truly disturbing figure.
Oh! I
behind
didn't even
her,
see that behind her.
dark
I
and
jumped
shadowy
at the
with what
girlfriend
almost
for
looks
real.
like rotting skin.
Bro.
And as he pans back only a moment later, the figure has just disappeared.
Bro, that dude looks like he got face
So did
raped
the
by a
couple
bunch of black
unwittingly let
guys,
a
man.
wandering spirit into their
It's all
home?
fucked up.
Unfortunately, without a source, we'll never know. But let me know what you think
They
down in the
definitely did.
comments.
Nigga, it's over.
Hiding in the closet.
It's over.
This next
It's
video
over.
was sent in by a viewer, and it's one of those rare paranormal stories that's been around on YouTube for a decade, but not many people have ever seen it. In fact, in over 10 years, this channel has only gotten 66 subscribers and very few views. So, let's get into it. Back in February 2011, YouTube user Steph posted a
grudge,
series
bro.
of videos to document the creepy paranormal activity that she says she often experiences in her house's basement. But even as she
Ryan
tries to
Brown.
simply
Yo, Ryan
introduce
Brown.
her channel,
Hey, what's up, Ryan
things
Brown?
get a bit
Ryan Brown with
weird.
the $10 donation,
everyone,
BHD.
my name is Steph.
You should react to
I
Hi
live in
Walter. I
New
got a new
York,
girlfriend.
And
If you
I
haven't
just
seen it
wanted
yet,
to
it's a
do
re-upload.
A little bit of an
What's it
introduction
about,
to my
Ryan Brown?
channel,
Is it good?
Steph's Basement 89. Basically, I think my house is
Hi,
haunted, which I know sounds silly, and I still feel kind of silly saying it, but I guess I shouldn't. We figured out that about the start of the new year of this year was when things started to happen.
Have you ever heard of Hi
It's
Walter?
mostly in the basement.
What's it
but-
about?
Right?
I gotta check it. I'm gonna see it. Was it good?
Did you, or are you f***ing with me?
What's going on?
The doorway. I saw it.
Where the hell? Uh-oh.
Someone said the doorway.
So, can you... Don't go far.
Can we see what's standing? Oh my God!
So
Lord Revan! Oh dude, when it comes to the supernatural, we have a lot of it in this nation. A lot of people died in the UK and for haunted locations. Oh boy. Bro, what type of haunted locations? Because I'm not gonna ever go look at any of them, but I'm interested in hearing about them from the safety of my home. You know, which honestly isn't better because
as I'm f***ing recording to you, pardon my language, I feel like I just saw someone standing in the doorway, and so did he. No one, right?
No. That was definitely
Mm-hmm.
Oh hell no. Oh God. Something falling. Corey, where you at? Yeah, where Corey Kitchen at? I'm scared.
sounds like someone walking around.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We'll be back.
David Brooks is your ex,
yeah,
bro.
this is an introduction, a pretty good introduction.
I'm scared as fuck, bro. These videos is really not doing good.
And
for me.
Freaking out a little bit right now, but that's okay. Hope you enjoy. Bye.
Steph and her roommate Sam both claim to see something off camera, and we can hear strange noises in the background, but of course all of this could easily be faked. But trust me, things are gonna get much creepier.
Oh shit.
In this next video, we head down to what Steph alleges
up,
is the
Gemini
most
Cell?
haunted area of her home. The
Beverly,
basement.
UK.
Steph's little dog Bella
KSI.
seems a bit freaked out by something in the basement closet.
What's up, Christian Zilla?
So normally when I come home from work, my dog Bella will come running to the door to greet me or whatever, and I just came home and she didn't do that, and it ends up she's down here in the basement just obsessing over this closet door. She's never done this before. It looks as if she's waiting for it to open, or she thinks there's someone behind it, where it's like she acts like she's acting how she does when she wants to get into one of the rooms upstairs. But she hasn't acknowledged me at all since I came home, which is very weird. Bella. She's not even answering to her name. I'm just gonna open it. If I go pull it. See, baby, there's nothing there. There's nothing there. There's nothing in there, crazy lady. Well, it's dark, but as you could probably see, there's no one in the closet, thank God. See, baby, there's nothing there, lady. Nothing, okay? Oh, she's back to sniffing it again. It's freaking me out. Come on, let's go upstairs.
Over the next month, Steph experiences random noises from the basement and even some unnerving sightings of what she believes to be a supernatural apparition. She sets up a camera to record her basement room.
I'm scared.
Specifically, the closet.
Curly Ray.
The recordings capture many hours of...
Yeah, somebody called Dashy.
Well, nothing.
Somebody called Dashy, bro.
One Friday night.
Hey, WLJJ reviews. Hi, doggo. Hey, you see the dogs, the dog children? Oh hell no. Nigga, you see this shit?
Sorry, I was reading chat.
Understandable. What's going on?
Steph's friend Reese is casually sitting in the basement one night checking her phone.
I don't trust that shit.
The closet door just pops open on its own. Now, Reese is a skeptic and doesn't believe the basement to be haunted at all. But still, we see her make a tiptoeing dash right out of the room, and we can hear her run up the stairs. So she definitely seems spooked. So now, we cut to one night where Steph and her friend Rochelle are hanging out as it gets close to the midnight hour. Steph decides to record a quick video for her roommate who is away on a trip. What she catches on camera is absolutely terrifying.
Oh my God.
Yeah, for Stan.
I won't break them.
Michelle's getting like really good at the drums.
What the
So you might have some competition when you get back. We love you. We'll see you soon.
Did you see it?
Nigga!
By the open closet door, it looks as if an older woman in a
Y'all
white
see this
gown
shit, nigga?
is just standing there,
Retreat!
watching.
Read
When Steph pans back
retreat.
seconds
Pimp
later,
down!
no
Pimp
one
in
there.
distress!
So did Steph capture real paranormal activity in her basement?
You think?
And just what happened after this? Well, we'll never know, because you see, Steph hasn't posted to her YouTube channel since these creepy incidents 10 years ago. The
Cooper
House
asked, do
of
you believe in
Horror.
aliens?
The
Do I
home
believe in
known as
aliens?
the House of Horror in
Hell yeah.
Asuncion, Paraguay, is a home which locals
Thanks for helping me
say
keep updated
is
with the chat.
extremely haunted. The now abandoned house has
I
a
hella
long
believe in
and
aliens,
very
bro.
dark history, as 6 brutal deaths have taken place inside its walls. Long ago in the year 1913, a physician
VHS
who lived in the
tapes.
house shot a man
There's new
twice
back rooms?
after he found him alone with his wife in their home. He later claimed that he didn't know what came over
That's the same
him
dude
when he
spamming
pulled
shit.
the trigger. Then many years later, in 2018, a young mother, her 2 children, and her parents tragically lost their lives inside the home at the hands of the woman's husband. The senseless crime shocked the entire city and forever branded the home with the title, quote, The House of Horror. Several bus drivers that regularly pass by the House of Horror have claimed that they often see a strange shadow-like being late at night that tries to stop the bus. But then the figure simply disappears into thin air right before their eyes. The bus drivers also claim that when it rains, you can hear the crying and wailing of children coming from inside the house. The House of Horror and the strange activities surrounding it has been covered by many news outlets, including this report by Paraguay's C9N
look
TV
like a grudge
network.
ghost herself.
News reporter Alejandra Pereira and her cameraman were doing a tour around the creepy house live on TV when they captured something truly chilling.
Pass me some chicken. First off, first off, that's messed up because you just reminded me that I don't have chicken. Thanks a lot.
Muchísimas gracias. Sí,
Dick.
ya nos encontramos en el interior justamente de esta denominada Casa del Terror aquí sobre Oliva y Montevideo para hacer un recorrido con el compañero Derlis, que también estuvo en el momento que ocurrió esto, ¿verdad? Y nos va a poder también...
donde se había realizado, digamos, el entierro de los 4 cuerpos de las 2 mujeres y de las 2 criaturas.
A lot of these females, bro.
Sí, este sería uno de los lugares donde estaban enterrados justamente los cuerpos de las mujeres, en este caso, Silvio, según las informaciones que también estaban manejando. Porque parte otro de los cuerpos justamente también se presumía que se encontró en el fondo, hacia donde nos estamos dirigiendo en estos momentos, ya en el fondo de la casa también.
No, they might be talking about her.
Eerie, unexplained screams can be heard while Alejandra is explaining where the bodies of the victims were found. The news crew on the scene say that they heard nothing. But viewers watching the report live at home were shocked. Thousands of people contacted the news channel, demanding an explanation for the strange screams. C9N Paraguay takes a look at the raw video footage live, and again broadcasts their findings.
Vamos a llegar hasta aquí, hasta una de las máquinas donde nos tocó escuchar parte del archivo completo. Lorena, ¿me puedes explicar lo que vamos a escuchar a continuación, los sonidos también por sobre todo?
Sí,
what you're about to hear is the sound captured by the camera.
El sonido del ambiente que capta la cámara con el sonido del micrófono, porque nosotros recibimos los enlaces acá con canales diferentes, entonces eso se puede separar sin problema.
Porque parte otro de los cuerpos justamente también se presumía que se encontró en el fondo, hacia donde nos estamos dirigiendo en estos momentos, ya en el fondo de la casa también.
Bueno, y ahora, ¿qué es lo que vamos a compartir también a continuación, Lorena?
Voy a poner el sonido ambiente que captó la cámara.
Solamente el sonido que entra por la cámara en sí y no por el micrófono que estaba teniendo en ese momento también nuestra compañera Alejandra Pereira. Si podemos ya reproducir y llegar al momento exacto en el cual se estaba dando lo que eran
red beans and rice bag.
Porque parte otro de los cuerpos se encontró en el fondo, hacia donde nos estamos dirigiendo.
So, just what do you think these screams could be? Could it be the shrieks of the victims still crying out for help?
Some female was getting her cheeks beaten in a different room.
Very elaborate hoax.
Too bad she not a
You
bird.
decide.
She's bad. Too bad she's not a bird. Yeah, I'm only smashing birds now. Again, don't tell anybody.
Oh wait, that was my name. Run that back.
What?
He
Where?
uploaded the video to his YouTube channel, and for years the video went mostly unnoticed.
Well, look on the bright side.
Until Tony's footage was shared on Reddit, and hundreds of Reddit users agreed on one thing. There's something truly bizarre going on in this video.
Dan, look at Elijah. Go like this. Elijah. Hey, like this. Elijah, look at. Hey. Elijah, go like this. Were you dancing to some Green Day? Dance, go.
Did you see it?
No.
Right behind little Elijah, what looks like the dark, shadowy figure of a child can be seen. Just kind of standing there, watching the family. A few seconds later, and the child disappears. Even creepier, right after the small, shadowy figure is seen, a strange, unexplained childlike giggle can be heard.
Elijah, go like this.
Oh no. Damn
Now,
that.
I reached out to Tony Noguera personally, and he says that he has no idea who or what this unexplained figure might be. But he says his house does have a very creepy history. Tony's house is inside a gated community in Reno, Nevada, and the property in which the neighborhood was built used to be an old graveyard back in the 1960s.
Oh, hell
So could this creepy apparition be the ghost of a child buried on the community grounds long ago? Let me know what you think down in the comments.
At least this shit in Reno.
Could this ghost be the victim of one of our
Snapchat live stream ghost hunter Hassan Barbar is exploring a long abandoned residence in Jordan. Locals claim that the house was once owned by a wicked man named Ramadi, who lived there with his servants. It is said that the man's ghost now haunts the house as an evil spirit, along with the cursed souls of his servants.
Ghost hating on my boy's moves.
One of these servants is said to appear as a dark, faceless shape that resembles a young woman. When entering the abandoned old house, Hassan begins to hear strange sounds and lets his live stream viewers know that he believes that the spirit already knows he's there.
R. Kelly's the piss killer. In the name of God. Oh, great. One of these dumbasses. Yep. Take your dumb ass right into the most haunted place and try to use the Lord to not get yourself haunted. And it never goes good. Yep. Let's see what religion helps with going into haunted places. In the name of God of the merciful thing. If you don't shut the fuck up.
بسم الله الذي لا يضم مع اسمه شيء في الأرض ولا في السماء وهو السميع العليم.
You're about to lose your virginity the wrong way. You keep messing with these ghosts.
Hassan hears the chilling voice of
oh my God, Lord Reven!
In the empty house.
Bro!
A kitchen
well, put it this way, my friend,
shut.
during the bubonic plague, Black Death, it's estimated that 60 to 70% of the population of England was killed. That we also have human sacrifice, satanic cults. I'm scared. Witch trials, Jack the Ripper, and that's just London, mostly. God, jeez, Lord Revan. Well, I mean, I still want to come to London, man, but is there a way, can you tell me a way to not get my anus eaten off the bad way by a killer? Mom, I wasn't scared. I just sounded scared. I swear to God, there's something weird going. Look, the Lord is not going to save you, nigga. You're killing yourself. You're killing you, nigga. You about to die. You gonna die. You're doing way too much, homie.
The same kitchen cabinet moves right in front of him, and a sliding door seems to have shut on its own. Hassan gets an unexplained headache and decides to take a break outside.
You think?
But when he returns, things get even creepier.
What are you doing, man? What are you doing? Come on! This is not a good look. What are we doing here? Is there something to be gained from this? Oh God. I heard that. Please don't. Run, bitch! Run, slut! Nigga, what are you doing? Oh my God, I saw that. There was something there.
Wait, what?
Do this. I don't want to do this. I can't stand this shit. There's something there, nigga. Nigga, you don't see that? Oh my God, he's dead. He's dead. We're all dead. He's gonna kill us. They're gonna kill us.
Hey, what'd you grab me for?
You know why, man? I can't go down for this. Damn it, you know Operation Human Shield is my main type of self-defense. Let's take another look, guys. Why are we looking? You stupid motherfucker. What are you doing, man? Please don't do this. Just go. Go home. Oh! want to see anything. I don't want to see anything. Stop, nigga, you.
The terrifying figure of a woman dressed in black can be seen
Play
on the
too much,
other
bro.
side of a glass window.
Y'all see how he playing
When
too
Hassan
much?
quickly checks the
He
area.
playing.
No
He
one
doing
there.
too much.
The mysterious woman seems
Go
to
home.
disappear into thin air. So who?
Yeah, I mean, play some video
or what
games, nigga. You
do
doing
you
too
think
much.
this
Drink
woman
water,
could
play
be?
video games. Why
Is
you
it
want
an
to be
angry
haunted, man?
spirit? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax?
About to lose your entire
You
anus,
decide.
bro. You play too much.
Wrong way. Urban explorers Matt and Andy from the YouTube channel Finders, Beepers, History Seekers
Blast, I don't
explore
be
the
chicken.
abandoned Mosley Manor in
Nigga, I
Liverpool,
do.
England. The manor
I am
has a
hella
very
chicken.
dark history.
Sadie
The
Smith.
Victorian building was
Yo, you
constructed
good.
over
Hey, I
150
appreciate
years
you,
ago
yo.
by cotton merchant Nicholas Duckworth, who passed away in the
Federico.
home in
Hey,
1889.
Pochico.
In 1940, the manor served as a
I'm
home
sorry,
for
bro.
unwed mothers and their children.
I want to be
It was later
Spanish, but I
sold
don't know how to
become a
speak
care
it,
home
so I
for
just
the
I
elderly and
pretend.
disabled called
Yes,
Mosley
run.
Manor
Nope,
Care
nope.
Home.
Dust emojis.
Around 2014,
Absolutely not.
reports began to surface of abuse and terrible
That's real
living
talk.
conditions at the Mosley Manor home.
I should watch the new It.
Even more
There's
disturbing,
another It,
families
Sadie?
discovered the unreported deaths of
Tell
at
me
least
there's
10
not another
elderly
It,
patients
Sadie.
in the home.
And if
Care
there
home
is,
was shut
just lie to
down
me and say
in
there ain't, because I don't
2015.
want there to be another
For
It.
obvious reasons, many claim that the Mosley Manor is haunted and is a hotspot for paranormal activity. But Matt and Andy from Finders Beepers are certainly not ghost hunters or even necessarily believers in the paranormal. They're just a couple of guys who enjoy doing urban exploration of old decaying properties like the Mosley Manor and cracking a few jokes along the way.
Right, so we've just come in to a sort of where they keep files and diaries and one thing and another.
He didn't look suitable to enter the building on account of him having a wild expression in his eyes.
How can
psychopath coming in?
No, but who can judge whether somebody should be allowed in because they've got a wild look in their eyes?
Never let me in, would they?
This building
Real
is
ghost
amazing,
talk. I don't
actually.
want any real ghost talk.
I really want to go scrambling around on that roof.
Don't.
I don't know whether I'm just currently too fat. Fucking hell.
No, that's funny.
Jesus Christ. Oh my
That's
God,
mad
my
funny.
heart. This is like the entranceway. Not that we can see it because they're Andy's bonds.
Even though the two guys try to keep the atmosphere light, when they are on their way up the manor stairs, Matt sees something truly chilling. And suddenly, things just aren't so funny anymore.
Right, just heading up.
Alright, yeah, let's
Is
do
this
it.
the second or third floor we're going up
Yep,
to?
you brave, ain't you?
It's because we went down to the basement, he's thrown me. Totally thrown me. That paper's, they're thick, aren't they? Wallpaper in here is like good quality wallpaper. I will say that. Yeah. So, but yeah, you can see it goes up again. Hey, wait up. Hello? Somebody up there. Hello? Down there as well. Right.
Run, bitch! What? What? White people don't! Motherfucker,
Right,
what?
I've gone cold. Oh, it might have been. I've gone cold because I saw somebody stood there. I saw a leg.
Nigga. Nigga.
Hello?
It's not brain science. Nigga, did I just see a face?
Hello?
I swear to God, I can see an eyeball in the mouth.
But they went that way, and there's no way you can go.
Nigga, run! Run, bitch!
A voice? I didn't hear.
I don't know if it like a man or a woman, but it was deepish.
No! No! Hell no! To the no, no, no! Hell to the no! Run! Why?
That's weird. I'm gonna have to look back at the footage.
As Matt films the top of the staircase, he captures what appears to be the legs of someone or something who seems to be
Nigga.
watching them. The figure immediately walks off toward the right and disappears.
You gotta get out of that, man.
Matt and Andy immediately head up the stairs to investigate, but
I
they
didn't
can't
know
find
that.
anyone or
Word,
anything
Sadie
to
Smith?
explain what Matt captured on camera.
What are we joking about, Sadie Smith?
There is nowhere for anyone to walk or hide. Now keep in mind that the mysterious figure disappeared towards the right side. Well, that just leads toward a wall with a tiny boarded up window. The mysterious person seems to have simply disappeared into thin air.
But they went that way.
Yo,
and there's no way you can
I've
go.
been supporting you for 7 years. I'm 17
So could
now.
it be that they captured
That's
the
what's up,
ghost of
Naheem.
Nicholas Duckworth still
I
roaming his
appreciate you,
Victorian
yo.
home?
Bro, I would have
Could it
been
be the
all the way
apparition
down
of one
these
of the
stairs. Nigga,
elderly
I-
patients that passed
Damn
away
that, I'm out.
inside the manor? Let
I'm
me know
out, baby.
what you think. You can check out
I'm
Matt
out.
and Andy's full exploration over on their YouTube channel, Finders Beepers, History Seekers. Opening a doorway. Tomo and Hiro from the YouTube channel Omagatoki
break
Film
your
claim that a
headphones.
real estate agent reached out to
Man,
them
I
concerning
really
a house
kinda
to be
have
found
already.
extremely difficult to sell. The agent says that the house once belonged to a family of 3 who mysteriously went missing in 2013, leaving behind all of their personal belongings in the house.
What the fuck?
The current owner is desperate to sell. He believes that there's a dark presence inside the home and wants nothing to do with it. He absolutely refuses to go inside the home or even get close to it. And all of these strange stories about the haunted house have kept buyers away as well.
Damn.
Tomo and Hiro say that the real estate agent and the owner reached out to them to find an explanation for the creepy alleged haunting inside the family home. When the two go to investigate, the current owner warns them to keep the doors closed at all times. But he doesn't explain why.
家の中のドアは、開けっぱなしにしないで必ず閉めてほしいっていうこれ聞いた時なんかその人なんかその宗教的ななんかそういうルールがあるんだけど
Yo, Lord Raven! Oh my God. First off, Lord Raven, thank you so much.
Oh, I had looked at the address before I read anything. Sorry. But go ahead.
Because of you, I was able to stop this video that was about to scare the shit out of me. This shit creeped me the fuck out, bro. Well, I cannot stand shit like this, bro, because it reminds me of when I live in a haunted ass house. Dude, if you still live in Vegas, should I not mention that Zach Begins has a haunted mansion located on 600 East Charleston Boulevard, Las Vegas? You know the guy from Golden Minutes?
He's talking about that dude with the big mansion that always has those on Halloween. Everyone goes to.
First off, Lord Raven, bro, dude, that's a wild amount of money you've been donating, bro. Thank you. Good Lord, bro. And even worse, even wilder, bro, ain't those euros?
Yeah.
Euros is way more than American money. Bro, second off, you're amazing, bro. Been watching for 3 years. Thank you, David Styles. Oh my God, I really don't want to unpause this video, but we're going to do that. Oh my God. If you open the door and go through it, you have to close the door. That's what we definitely have to make sure.
いうことは絶対守ってくれっていうことだったので。
Oh my God.
ちょっと待って。こうやって今、ここから開けて入ったと。このドアを必ず閉める。
I wonder why. I don't know.
Heeding the creepy warning, Tomo and Hiro respect the owner's request and close each door behind them whenever they step inside a new room. The two investigators immediately get the sense that something about the house is just a bit off.
違和感を覚えることが一個あって、扉をさ、開けたら閉じるようにっていうことを僕らきつくお願いされたんじゃないですか。にもかかわらず、押し入れだとか、引き戸が半開きなの、逆に。
でもそこもそうか。そこも
全部そうか。ほら、もう全部開いてるもん。
確かに。すっごい本当物がない。
Strangely enough, Tomo and Hiro discovered that many of the closet and cabinet doors are half open, contradicting the strange warning that they got to leave all the doors closed at all times. They don't think much of it and just continue their investigation. But did you see it? Tomo and Hiro are completely unaware of what they just captured on camera. But watch again.
Where?
Yep, I knew it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, those are feet.
Nigga wearing
Someone
Crocs.
or something seems to be standing right behind the rack of clothes as two bare feet can be seen underneath.
Oh, bare feet, okay.
But the
What part of United
investigators
Kingdom are you
just
from, bro?
don't notice. Soon the two explorers begin to hear a strange ringing sound that they believe to be coming from the home's quote altar room. A room that is dedicated to Buddhist prayer and sometimes houses altars meant to honor the dead.
That's for real.
They go to
It's
investigate.
a prank. It's just a prank. Sadie, I don't know about that.
Terrifying turn.
All jokes aside, man, you funny, bro. Keep doing what you're doing. Hey, no problem, bro. No problem. Fat Lives Matter. The metal was ringing again. We can hear it, can't we? Oh my God, what's going on? Standing bell. Someone ringing the bell?
鐘というかそうあの音だよねあの音確実にちょっと戻るかいや別に何も変わったところはない 閉めてないやん。いやいや、閉めた。ちょっと、さっき出るときさ、閉めたよ。
Someone said, why the ghost gotta bring religion into this?
いやいや、あいつ閉めた。いや、あいつ閉めてる。ちょっと一回閉めて。閉めよう。
I didn't see it.
I ask again. Did you see it? Right after Tomo and Hiro enter the altar room and Tomo is closing the door, a pair of feet can be seen once again, but this time much closer. What makes the footage even creepier is that only moments earlier in the same spot, there was nothing there. Whatever is in the home with the two investigators seems to be following them. And then when they turn their back, the sliding door seems to open on its own. Hiro decides to do a solo investigation in the altar room in the hopes of capturing any paranormal activity. He sets up a static camera and then just sits in the dark and waits. After 30 minutes, nothing has happened. So Hiro gets a bit bored and decides to go check out another room. And this is when things get truly bizarre.
Don't you do it, man. You fucking up. They fucking up, man. They messing up. Run, baby!
Oh, he trying to close himself in.
Oh, I don't like this.
Oh, yeah, you getting a foot to the face, my boy.
I don't do none of this.
The bare feet you was seeing, yeah, you finna see nothing but that.
Bruh.
I like that noise.
I don't trust that shit.
What the fuck?
Of a door sliding from the distance. Nigga. That shit sliding up by itself?
Yeah, I think you gotta be careful with that shit.
What the fuck? What's going on? What are you doing? What are you doing, bro? Get out. Get out. Why? Why are you doing this? You're killing us!
This sounds like a scary ass anime.
We are all here with you. You're killing us. You're killing us!
Ooh, I thought somebody was gonna stand there.
Yo, that's a human up against the glass, bro. Yo, it just disappeared! Run away! Retreat! Every man for himself! Run, bitch!
Hiro hears a sliding door move on its own, and he discovers that the door to the altar room has once again mysteriously opened on its own. The investigator hears the bizarre ringing sound again, and when he turns around, he sees the creepy face of something staring back at him through the sliding door. Hiro gathers his courage and approaches the door. He opens it, and the face disappears into thin air. There's no one there. So did Hiro and Tomo capture paranormal evidence of a haunted home?
Run for your
Could it
lives,
be
bro.
the restless spirits of the family who mysteriously
You gotta run for your lives, guys.
Let me know.
Run for your
what
lives,
you
my
think.
account. Let's go out of
You
here,
can watch
Scoob.
this entire
Yeah, that's
video
real talk,
over
my
on the
account.
YouTube channel Omagatoki Film.
Ooh.
A Nuke's Top 5 viewer who wishes to remain anonymous, let's just call him or her Alex for the sake of the video,
Dudley. Yeah, that's
emailed
real
me
run.
about a CCTV
Retreat.
recording captured at an undisclosed sleep lab during a sleep apnea
That's
test.
real. I'm not
Alex
sticking
says that
around
a
for this.
coworker was monitoring a widowed female patient's sleep. And then this happened.
Let me just start recording. Oh my god. I see it walking around. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Yes. It's gone now.
Now, to get a better understanding of what is going on, a bit of explanation is necessary. So the squiggly lines that can be seen at the bottom of the screen indicate that the woman has stopped breathing during her sleep. The mysterious pale figure then appears to reach out to wake the woman, after which she begins to breathe again. Alex believes the apparition might have been the patient's deceased husband, still carefully watching over her from beyond the grave. But what do you think this strange pale shape could be? Let me know down in the comments.
Wake up, bitch!
Let me just start recording.
Bitch, get your shit together, bitch. We not ready for you. God damn it, bitch. You ain't about to nag me in heaven, too.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
He said he not ready.
Yes.
The power of Christ compels you.
It's gone now.
Whispering in Church. Over on the channel Urbex Hill, YouTuber Christopher Hill is back with another urban exploration of a creepy old abandoned church in Cleveland, Ohio. This time, Chris is exploring an old Lutheran church that was built back in 1940. The church has been abandoned for over 15 years, but it has somehow remained in fairly good condition, free from any vandalism or graffiti. Chris carefully and respectfully makes his way through the large building,
that's beautiful,
recording the elegant architecture of the church interior.
See, love does exist,
furniture and belongings that date back to the 1980s,
is in Vegas, though.
and even some pieces in the 1950s. But as
Don't
he
get me
climbs
wrong,
the
bro.
stairs to
I
the
love
second
the
floor of
dots, bro.
abandoned
I really do.
church, He hears some very
I love
strange
the
sounds
dotties.
that
I really
stop
do.
him in his tracks.
But you know what I mean, like. I stopped because I thought I heard something. But at the end of the day, you know what I mean? Like, the females out here, it's only booty calls. That's all Vegas has. Like, I've learned a lot with all the booty calls and stuff that I've been in Vegas and shit. But, you know what I mean? Like, I do like companionship with females. But, like,
Did
nigga,
you
heard
it?
something?
The baffled explorer explains in his video that he hears something strange as he climbs the stairs to the second floor, but he's not sure just what the sound might be. So I decided to enhance the audio from this section. Now watch the clip again and listen closely.
No. Oh, hell no. Nope.
A mysterious childlike voice can be heard saying, "Can you help me?"
No,
and
sure
then
can't.
seconds later, what sounds like the voice of an older woman seems to whisper, "It's a test." Chris has no idea what he just captured and continues on with his exploration on the second floor of the creepy church. Then much later, when he comes back to the same staircase again to head back down, it happens again. This time a voice can be heard whispering something. And again I enhanced the audio, but this time I'm not able to make out just what is being said. It almost sounds like multiple voices whispering all at once. Listen again and let me know in the comments if you can make out anything that the creepy voices are saying.
Yo, Alex Vasquez. I miss your World Star Try Not to Laugh challenge videos. Yeah, those get strikes.
Chris eventually leaves the church having no idea what he just captured on camera. But after he uploads his video to YouTube, things take a very creepy turn. Viewers of his channel point out to Chris that he might not have been alone in the old church. While Chris did hear the strange sounds and whispering, he didn't see this.
The Lord is my light.
Was something standing there?
Nigga.
A huge dark figure can be seen standing in a room at the end of the hallway. Chris turns to film close-ups of the church's stained glass windows, and when he pans back, the large mysterious figure is gone.
That shit is crazy. That's a big ass something too.
Nigga.
Oh, that's a nun! She had the big old hat on.
So did Chris capture voices and an apparition of spirits that haunt the old church?
That's even worse.
You decide. You can watch this full video and many more of Chris's explorations over on his YouTube channel, Urbex Hill. Mirror, mirror.
I don't trust mirrors.
This next video comes from Chinese ghost hunter Xiao Long, who I featured before. Xiao Long and his fellow explorer drive 3 hours to an abandoned and allegedly haunted house in the middle of nowhere. The house is said to be the home of an evil spirit. Xiao Long and his friend are live streaming their entire investigation. Now I should mention again that in Chinese culture it is believed that swearing and acting angry is believed to ward off evil spirits that wish to do you harm. However, at first Xiao Long's anger seems to spill over a bit onto his fellow explorer.
Yo,
这个一瞅这个地方就能年代很久远了。我操你妈干哈你？靠着好讨厌。
I don't do none of this. I don't do none of this. Sadie Smith Dudley. Yo, thank you for the $5 donation, yo. I'm sorry if I don't read y'all text, I get scared easy, and I don't pay a lot of attention. Help us. What the f is going on?
无中生有，暗度陈仓，瞎逼测试。
Bro, my camera, I don't trust stairs. They all look like they're up to something. Hey, look, that's real. That's real.
来，打开。我操！我太想打你了，老戴，真的，我真想直播。我他妈的给你图了直播，你还打我？我真他妈太想打你了，你太他妈有人性了你！谁敢给你直播啊？除了给你直播还能打？咱他妈待着好不？我真他妈想打你！
After an hour of exploring, the two ghost hunters really haven't encountered anything. So they decide to try a ghost summoning game that is similar to a Ouija board called Pin Chi.
兄弟们，这个是咋说呢？他是一个我们东北的户外探险主播自创的一门招魂游戏，这个叫碰瓷术。可能说我们这个碰瓷术呢，来自于说一个马来西亚的一个邪教组织，他呢专门就是研究恶灵的，然后经常呢会用这个死亡小词儿，去那个就是召唤这个死亡的神灵，让他这些神灵呢去帮助他得到一些某种目的。词儿仙儿
Why would you want to summon some shit with a spoon?
你是我的前世。
What is with people and wanting to get haunted?
They don't really have much luck with the game. But very bizarre things start to happen.
我现在这不是在鬼屋里面给你招词仙呢吗？用仙语说话呀！
我操你妈 Did he fart again?
They try to return to their spoon ritual, but again they are interrupted.
They're fucking up, man. They shouldn't be doing this.
真的啊，千里迢迢200多公里来到这个地方，你说谁他妈想这啥呀？关键这里头也真没有啥玩意儿啊，咱也不能拿鸡巴一项玩吧，对不对？那你说鸡巴拿这个鸡巴词儿，哎我操，老戴，咋的？哎，谁？我操你妈！谁呀？
I don't trust this shit.
And again, they go back to their game. But this is when things get truly bizarre.
哎，我操你妈的！谁？我操你妈！这窗户洞，老铁们。
No, no.
谁
No. Oh my God! Lord Revan! Oh my God, first off, Lord Revan, thank you so much for allowing me once again to stop this terrifying video before we see what is chasing this nigga. Dude, react to Mr. Ballin videos and Bedtime Stories channel. Also a channel called Overnight, goes to the museum that holds the real Annabelle doll. And hell, thank you. Hell, there's another 50. I'm in a good Here's another 50. I'm in a good mood, bro. That's what's up, Revan. Hey, thank you so much for the donations, bro. That is so much freaking money, bro. Thank you so much, dude. Bro. All right, so yo, I'm gonna check that out. So you said watch Mr. Nightmare? Mr. Nightmare. Bro, isn't Mr. Nightmare that dude that struck me all those years ago that tried to like take my channel down? Is that Mr. Nightmare? I think that's Mr. Nightmare. I don't know, man. Mr. Nightmare, dude, apparently he drinks, and then he goes through these issues where he's like, oh, someone's reacting to my channel. I'm drunk, so I'm going to do some dumb shit. And then he'll just strike the person if he has an episode from drinking too much. I don't want to have that happen again. But yo, I'm going to check out Mr. Ballin, Lord Revan. I appreciate you, my nigga. I appreciate everybody watching this. Okay, let's do this. Please, God, don't let there be nothing there. I don't want to see shit. I don't want to see shit. I ain't see it.
Did you see it?
No.
Watch the reflection of the game board behind them as Xiaolong goes to check out the noise at the window.
Oh, the spoon moves. Oh.
Dang, that's someone go crazy.
Oh, that's fucked.
Hey!
What's up? Not good.
While the ghost hunters are away from the board, the spoon can be seen spinning wildly, as if being pushed by some unseen force. But
yo,
played with
my account, bro, like, alright, so you know what I mean? Mr. Nightmare, I think it's Mr. Nightmare, bro. It's one of the, it was Mr. Nightmare? Yeah, I think it might have been Mr. Nightmare, man. Back in the day, I reacted to one of Mr. Nightmare's videos, Storytime, was one of his creepypasta videos, and like, you know, what I did was I reacted to 2 of his stories and then edited out the last one and then told my last story so that people would have to go to his channel to check his channel out, right? So I did that, and so I reacted to one of his stories and 2 of mine. Well, 2 of his stories and 1 of mine, in which case they're not even his stories. They're off of Reddit. Like, none of it's his. So I reacted to it, and I told my scary story at the end of the 2 stories, and then made it so that they had to go to his channel to watch the last story, and it went viral. Like, it went crazy viral. That video would probably have like 12 million views by now, but I had to delete it because Mr. Nightmare, he texted me. He was like, "Yo, you know, you're not a real YouTuber. This is not fair to me that your video's doing better than my video." And I'm just like, yo, like, I mean, and the wild shit was, bro, he was only getting like maybe 300 subscribers a day. Within a week, I got him 70,000 subscribers off of that video, because everybody was going to his channel to watch the rest of his video, because they had to go there to watch the last story of his video, because I chopped it out of my video and replaced it with an actual story. But yeah, the dude got butthurt and he started freaking out, and he texted me. He's like, yo, I don't believe in striking YouTube channels, but, you know, can you take your video down so that my video can have more views than yours? And I was like, no. Like, that's not, no. And he was like, well, that's not right that you won't do that, and blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to strike you, but that's not right. So then the next morning I wake up and I got 2 strikes. And they're from Mr. Nightmare. And then when I post on Twitter that, when I show on Twitter that he said he wasn't going to strike me, then that he struck me the next morning, he texts me and says, "You're using your fans as weapons against me." I never forget this shit. You're using your fans as weapon against me, and that's not okay. That's wrong. And then because I believed he was going to strike me again, I deleted all of his videos off of my channel. And then this nigga hit me up, and he got mad. He was mad that I deleted the videos. He's like, what are you talking about? I was getting 70,000 subscribers a week. You deleted the videos. Why'd you delete the videos? And I was like, bro, you started striking my channel. You struck me twice. You're trying to delete my channel. What the fuck, nigga? And he's like, yeah, but I was getting so many subscribers. You weren't supposed to delete that video. I just wanted you to do what I say when I said it, but you weren't supposed to delete the video. And I'm like, if I see you, nigga, if I see you, oh my.
When I see you,
when I see you, when I.
You never know when it might walk by. Oh my
like,
God.
And it's sad, like, homie, I just. I'm like, nigga, bro.
Wait, we haven't even gotten to the most chilling event
Buy
that
my
the ghost
mixtape.
hunters experience in their investigation
Yeah,
of
Mr.
this
Nightmare has 6
abandoned
million
haunted
subscribers right now.
house.
Yeah, man.
So, for
And
some reason,
big
all
ups
of
to
the
his
mirrors
channel.
in
I
this
hope he keeps
abandoned
doing
house
really
seem
good.
to be covered,
You know,
removed,
but like Mr.
or
Nightmare
turned to
is a
face
certified bitch ass nigga.
The explorers
Like,
decide
he
to
is
take
one
a
of
good
the
long
few
look into one of the downturned mirrors.
People that is truly a bitch ass
It
nigga to
didn't
me.
go well.
You know, you have to do some pretty shady shit to be a bitch ass nigga to me, man. And you know, but I wish him all the success in the world, though, man. I really like. You know, I really like that his channel's doing so well, though. Like legitimately.
我告诉你啊，你们他妈了个逼的，你们
I warned you.
不喜欢看，你们赶紧走，
You
没人
don't
他妈
wanna
逼你个这里头，
see-
逼
get
逼
away.
死死逼逼死，逼了你妈了个逼一个个的，像
Don't
他妈傻
bullshit
逼
me.
似的
Don't，be stupid.
操你妈一个个的。
Screw you. And then he goes and looks in the mirror. Oh my God!
The unexplained creepy face of an old woman appears in the mirror, right between them. In abject horror, they pan the room, but there's no one there.
That shit just scared the shit out of me, man. Yo! Sanso Wolf, Mr. Nightmare struck you with the ghost food. Nah, he struck me with the after school 3 after school ghost stories video I did. Yep.
And with that final terrifying experience, they decide to just get out of there. Thanks so much for watching. Please check out my Instagram here, my Twitter. Oh, thanks so much for watching. Please.
Bro, that's wild, yo. That's some wild shit, man. Bro, where we at now, Drew? Mr. Bong?
Oh, Mr. Ball.
Mr. Ballers. Okay, you guys want to watch Mr. Ballers. Okay. We'll check out some Mr. Ballers. I've never heard of this guy before, though. Mr. Ballin? 6.3? Oh, this guy right here? Malibu's Most Wanted and shit?
On June 21st, 2018, an experience...
Alright, so I'm on the channel right now, y'all. Y'all can see... Pharaoh people hunt teen hiker. Blue. Bro, this shit is wild. This man terrified the FBI. This child skinwalker. This frat boy did the unthinkable. Really? Unbelievable alien encounter. This child star is evil. I don't know, man. This stuff looks like hella freaking interesting. Bro. Alright, I'm gonna check out. This frat boy did the unthinkable. Oh my god.
The crime.
Alright, let's do this, y'all. This is what y'all want to see. Do y'all want to see? He is a story time guy, though. Bro, I'm a story time guy. Alright, y'all want to check out this frat boy did the unthinkable? That's what's up. Alright, let's check it out.
The crime at the center of today's story is considered to be one of the most disturbing of all time. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload 2 or 3 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please invite the like button to come to the zoo with you, and then once you get there, accidentally spill honey all over them, and then push them into the bear enclosure. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's story.
I think I might have seen a video of this guy's like way back in the day.
Austin Harif was born on December 21st, 1996, to a dentist and a pharmacist. They lived in a beautiful home in Palm Beach County, Florida, which is not only one of the nicest and wealthiest places to live in Florida, but it is one of the nicest and wealthiest places to live in all of America.
The story of R. Kelly.
That's why, as of 2021, there are 44
That's funny. We're gonna check that out tomorrow.
That call this paradise their home. In 2010, when Austin was 13 years old, his parents suddenly got divorced, and within the same calendar year, both of his parents
Story of
had
R.
new
Kelly.
girlfriends and boyfriends. Now, of course, this was a
Piss and
shock to
Pills
Austin
tour.
and to his 1 year younger sister Haley, but they both relatively quickly adjusted to their new normal. And that was in large part because the kids didn't move out. They stayed in the family home with their mom, and their father, he did move out, but he moved into a home that was very close by. About a year after the divorce, Austin began high school, and immediately he excelled. He was placed into all advanced classes, and within these advanced classes, Austin
That's
was
understandable,
consistently
Mr.
at the top
Mr.
of his
Abyss.
class. Austin was also a big athletic guy. He was about 6 feet tall and weighed about 200 pounds, and so naturally he played football for all 4 years he was in high school, and for 1 year, his sophomore year, he also wrestled. But despite his size and willingness to play these very rough physical sports, Austin was not an aggressive guy. In fact, his football coaches actually used to criticize him for not being aggressive enough. And on game days, they would try to make him mad in hopes that would inspire him to go out there and smash some people. But it really didn't work because Austin was Austin. He was just kind of a laid-back guy who was actually much more interested in helping people than smashing them. In fact, towards the end of high school, Austin became obsessed with trying to identify a career that would allow him to help the most people. And he was so passionate about this that when he spoke about it, a huge smile would kind of involuntarily appear on his face. And so because of this, and because of Austin's generally happy disposition, his father very lovingly began referring to him as the happy boy. Shortly before Austin's graduation in 2015, he received a letter in the mail from Florida State University, and it was informing him he had been accepted into their 4-year pre-med program. Austin had settled on medicine as being his intended career path to help the most people, and so being accepted into this very prestigious program was like a best case scenario. And so Austin and his family were elated. And that summer that followed his high school graduation was totally charmed. Austin was on cloud 9. He spent a lot of time with his family and his friends. And then finally, at the end of the summer, his family packed all of his stuff into the car and they drove 6 hours north to Tallahassee, where the Florida State campus was. They helped move him into his dorm, and then afterwards they gave him a big hug, said good luck, and they left. And I'm sure on their ride back, the family members thought to themselves, Austin is doing so great. He is not only ready for college, he is ready to be an adult. He's ready to live on his own and be responsible. And at the end of Austin's first year in college, that supposition about him ready to be an adult seemed to be accurate. Austin got excellent grades, he met a nice girlfriend, and even though he wasn't playing organized sports like football, he had found another athletic outlet in bodybuilding, and he had actually built a decent-sized social media presence around bodybuilding and fitness. But underneath all of this public success Austin was having that year, he was actually struggling a lot of the time. He just wasn't telling anyone. In a journal he kept, he documented a deep sense of inadequacy caused primarily from his sense that his peers didn't accept him. And so he would write endlessly about how if he could just stop being so shy and be more assertive and outgoing, that more people would embrace him and would like him and would accept him. Over the course of that year, Austin also...
Is it as bad as it could be? Oh, it's that bad? Okay, I haven't heard it before, but...
started abusing different substances. Those included things like alcohol, marijuana, and Vyvanse. Vyvanse is a drug that is a stimulant, and it's used to treat people with attention deficit disorder. He also experimented with hallucinogenic drugs like acid and mushrooms, and he also tried MDMA, which is kind of like a cross between a stimulant and a hallucinogenic. And those are just the drugs that we are aware he was taking. It's entirely possible he was taking other drugs too. Regardless, Austin began oscillating between the high of whatever drug or combination of drugs he was on to the low of his sober mind, which was totally saturated with anxious and depressive thoughts. Before the end of the school year, Austin was secretly poised for a full-blown mental breakdown, and it seemed like he knew it was coming too. In the last month before the end of school, his internet search history is filled with questions like, I think I'm crazy, what do I do? And how do you know if you're crazy? And how to deal with obsessive thoughts? And do I need to sleep? And what happens if you don't sleep? It was clear he was starting to question his own sanity. When Austin finally returned back home from Florida State that summer, his family immediately noticed there was something wrong with Austin. Within a few days of being home, Austin had moved his bed from his bedroom down into the garage, claiming that the reason he did this was because the house was full of demons. At night, instead of sleeping, Austin would patrol the house. He would literally just walk all around the house all night, never stopping, and every 2 hours he would knock on the bedroom doors of his family members and loudly announce that he was guarding them from the demons in the house. Now, you can imagine how his family felt at the time. This was so unbelievably weird and totally out of character that they just didn't really know what to do. Even though it was obvious there was something wrong, they didn't jump into action. Instead, the only thing they did at first was to just start locking their bedroom doors at night to prevent Austin from coming inside during his nighttime patrols. But as the summer progressed and Austin continued to act totally weird with no explanation, his family began to become convinced that he must be on drugs, that is what would explain all of this totally strange behavior. And so when they confronted him about his drug use, he would admit that he was taking drugs, lots of different drugs, psychedelics, stimulants, you name it. He's taking all these drugs. And so naturally, his family latched on to his drug use as being the root cause of his very strange behavior. And so they focused their efforts almost exclusively on getting Austin clean again. But towards the end of the summer, Austin said he wasn't taking any drugs, but Austin was still acting totally crazy and unhinged. And so around mid-August, the family decided they had to utilize something called the Baker Act. Under the Baker Act, individuals in Florida who are suspected of severe mental illness can be detained for up to 72 hours at the behest of their loved ones. And during these 72 hours, this individual is thoroughly assessed to see what's going on with them. And then at the end of those 72 hours, they are given a treatment plan that their family is supposed to help them enact. But before the family could utilize the Baker Act, something horrific happened. On the morning of August 15th, one of Austin's very close friends, who he had known since second grade, said Austin just showed up at his house without calling ahead of time or letting him know, which was very uncharacteristic. And when this friend opened the door to see what Austin wanted, Austin just asked him, "What year was I born?" And so the friend says, 1996. And as soon as Austin heard this, he didn't give a reaction to it. He just turned around and he left. And so this longtime friend is looking at Austin walking away, wondering, like, what's going on with this guy? Is he high on drugs? Is he drunk? Like, what was that? So the friend goes back inside his house and he's thinking to himself, like, what should I do? And so after a couple of minutes, he decides, you know what, I got to call Austin and make sure he's okay. So he calls Austin. I've never seen this before. And it's unclear what they talked about on the phone, but the friend convinced Austin to come back to his house and to just spend the day with him. But really, the friend just wanted to make sure Austin was okay. And so Austin comes back to the friend's house, and then the two of them actually would leave the house and meet up with some of their other friends that were in town that summer, as well as meet up with Austin's sister. And so the group, they decide they're going to go to the beach for the day. And on their walk to the beach, Austin tells the group that he just needs to get something at his house and that he will meet them down at the water. And so at this point, the group believes Austin is just fine. So they say, okay, yep, we'll meet you down there. And so Austin breaks off. He goes to his house. And when he goes back to the beach and meets up with his group of friends again, he's changed his outfit. He was now wearing this very thick, large football jersey. He was wearing long sweatpants that were also very thick. He had on 2 wristwatches and he had on sunglasses. And so as he walks down onto the beach, his friends look up at him, and it's super hot out, and they're at the beach. So this is a totally weird outfit to have on. And immediately they start kind of giving him crap about his strange outfit choice. But Austin did not think it was funny at all. And at first he was quiet, but then he kind of lashed out and said, "If you tell me I'm crazy, I will kill you." And at this, his friends did not give him any more crap. Everyone just said, "Okay, man, hey, didn't mean anything by it, just giving you a hard time, no big deal." But Austin's like clearly worked up, and so his sister comes over to him and she's like, "Hey, calm down, it's okay, it's not a big deal." And during this conversation, Austin suddenly goes back to being normal again, and he turns to his sister and he says, "I'm actually half horse and I'm immortal." And his sister's like, "What? You really need to get professional help. You need to see a therapist or a psychologist or something. Something is wrong with you, and it's been wrong all summer. You need to get help." Now, apparently, Austin actually responded to this very positively. And he said, I agree. There is something going on, and I do need to get help. You're right. And so after that, Austin and the rest of the group, they stayed at the beach for several hours. And then in the evening time, Austin, his sister, and Austin's very close friend, who was the guy that saw Austin in the morning when he asked, what year was I born, they all said they had to leave. And so the trio, they leave the beach and they head to Duffy's, which was a restaurant in town. And they were going there to meet up with Austin's father and his father's girlfriend. And so as they're getting to this restaurant, they're walking along the sidewalk, they're nearing this restaurant, when suddenly Austin turns to his sister and says, "Hey, I need to test out my immortality." And he just turns away from her, away from the sidewalk, towards traffic, and just starts walking into traffic like he's going to let a car hit him to test his immortality. And so his sister immediately was able to grab him and pulled him back onto the sidewalk, and then basically stood on the left side of him, preventing him from running out into traffic, and kind of pushed him along up the sidewalk right up to the front door of this restaurant. And when they got there, Austin had stopped trying to walk out into traffic. He was acting normal again.
Oh no.
And it was there that the trio met up with Austin's father and his father's girlfriend, and the 5 of them went into Duffy's restaurant. It was about 7:45 p.m. when they got inside, and they were very quickly sat in the very back of the restaurant in this booth. And so there was a CCTV camera that watched them while they were inside this building. And so they're sitting at this booth, and about 3 minutes after having sat down, Austin gets up and walks away from the booth and walks as if he's going towards the bathroom, but then stops, doesn't go to the bathroom, turns around and walks back towards the front of the building, and then walks out the front doors, just leaves the restaurant altogether. Now, it's unclear if the rest of his family saw him do this. It doesn't seem like they did, but just a minute later, Austin comes back inside the restaurant and just walks right back to his table and sits down like nothing had ever happened. Less than 10 minutes later, Austin would get up again from his table, except this time, instead of feigning going to the bathroom, he just walks straight from his table right out the front doors of the restaurant and disappears. A couple minutes later, Austin's mother, who was not at dinner with them, she was at her home, which happened to be nearby this restaurant. She was home when she heard the sound of someone coming into her house. And so she went around to see who it was, and she found her son, Austin, in her kitchen, drinking vegetable oil, and there was Parmesan cheese all over the counter that apparently he had been eating as well. And so she runs up to him and she grabs the vegetable oil and she puts it down and she tells him to stop, at which point Austin does stop. And then I guess Austin just went up to his room and he changed out of his clothes because perhaps he got oil all over his shirt. And then his mom just drove him back to the restaurant. And so she watched him get out of the car and she watched him go through the front door, and then she drove off. And so about 30 minutes after he left that second time, Austin walks through the front doors of the restaurant. He's got a different shirt on, different hat on, and he just walks to the back of the restaurant where his sister, his friend, and his father's girlfriend are, and he sits down like nothing had ever happened. At first, it looks like everyone at the table is just silent. But then Austin's father very clearly said something to Austin, and it seems kind of hostile. And it would turn out Austin's father, who loved his son, was just totally at a loss for what to do with him, and he said to Austin when he sat back down, "What is wrong with you?" And at this, Austin just stands up and presses his father's face back up against his seat, kind of pinning him there, and then at some point he just lets go, he leaves the booth, and he walks right out of the restaurant for a third time. Austin's friend, who was eating with them, he got up and kind of chased after Austin, but he was about 30 seconds behind him, and so by the time he got outside, he didn't know where Austin went, and so he quickly came back in the restaurant. He told the rest of the group he didn't know where Austin was, and so at this point, Austin's father's girlfriend would actually call the police and report Austin missing. They knew he was totally unhinged, and they didn't know where he was going to go, if he was a threat to himself or someone else.
This shit sounded like it's going to be
Figured
wild,
they should
bro.
just tell the police and have the police go find him. About 4 miles away from this restaurant, 53-year-old Michelle Mishkon was sitting in her garage watching TV. Normally, she would be joined by her husband, 59-year-old John Stevens, but he was out walking their dog. So for the time being, Michelle was alone. The couple had been married for roughly 20 years. They had 3 kids together from previous marriages, and they were just totally in love with each other. That garage was like their happy place. That was basically like their living room. They loved having the door wide open so they could wave to neighbors and flag people down to have a drink with them or just chat with them. They were just known to be a very happy, loving couple that were fun to be around. And according to their kids, they had both recently retired. John retired from his landscaping company that he owned,
Yeah, homie's mood
and
swings
Michelle
was
retired
tripping.
from her financial advisory job, and the two of them were apparently both just really excited about retirement life. They were excited to spend spend more time together and go out with their friends and go out fishing on their boat with their dog, and then also spend as much time as they could just lounging back in their garage. John and Michelle's neighbor across the street was a middle-aged man named Jeff Fisher. Jeff was fairly close with the couple. He would usually watch their dogs anytime they went away, and he would often go in their garage and have a drink and just kind of hang out with them. And so this particular night, he was over in his house and he was going to bed early. So he laid down in his bed, he's getting ready to go to sleep, when he hears some strange sounds coming from outside his window across the street, over near John and Michelle's property. And so Jeff sits up in his bed and kind of strains his ears to see what it was that he heard. And as he's trying to listen for some faint sound, he suddenly hears a blood-curdling scream, a woman's scream, coming from across the street. And so Jeff instantly leapt into action. He jumped out of his bed, he ran downstairs, and he ran out his front door, and he looked across the street, and he saw this unknown man, some young man that was slamming the car door of Michelle's car that was parked in her driveway, and he begins walking up the driveway, and at the top of the driveway, Jeff sees Michelle is standing in the garage, and she looks totally terrified, and she's facing this unknown young man. And of course, this unknown young man was Austin Harif. Now, Jeff had no idea what was actually going on. All he knew was he heard this scream, which was probably Michelle, and he's looking out there and he's seeing a situation that just doesn't look good. And so instinctively, he decided he would just run across the street and make sure Michelle was okay. And if he had to, he would confront this unknown man, Austin. So Jeff begins running across his property, trying to get across the street to Michelle, but before he could even get across the street, he's looking up and he can see this guy, Austin, has grabbed Michelle and thrown her on the ground, and now he's on top of her and he's beating her. And so Jeff runs onto the driveway, and as he's going right up the driveway between the two cars that were parked there, Austin leaps off of Michelle. He turns around and he looks at Jeff and he says, "You don't want a part of this." And now Jeff, he's a pretty big guy, and so he's looking at Austin and he knows that if he doesn't do anything, this guy is just going to continue pummeling poor Michelle, and he had no idea where John was. And so he ran up and kind of lunged at Austin, and as he did that, Austin swung and he hit Jeff right across the side of the head. But Jeff took the hit, he didn't fall down, he grabbed Austin by the collar and threw him as hard as he could to the ground. And Austin, he hit the pavement hard, face first. And so Jeff is looking at this guy, kind of thinking he's not going to get up. But as he's assessing the situation, watching Austin stand back up again, Jeff suddenly feels a blinding pain in his face, in the side of his head, in his neck, on his back. And he looks down and he sees blood all over his arms. It's everywhere. He's covered in blood. It would turn out Austin was carrying a knife. And so when he punched Jeff, that knife went into his face, it cut the side of his head, it cut his neck, and it cut his back. He had 5 different puncture points from that one swing. And so Jeff believed at the time this was a potentially fatal wound. He was worried perhaps his jugular had been struck and he was bleeding to death. And he's seeing Austin stand back up, coming right after him with this knife. And so Jeff decides their only chance is for him to run and call the police. And so he runs into Michelle's property. He's thinking that he's kind of drawing this guy towards him away from Michelle. He runs into their property, kind of slams into all their doors. He goes out a back door and then he loops around the property, and then he makes a run for it straight across the street to his house. Never once did he turn around to see if this guy was after him. He figured he was right behind him. He gets to his house, he runs inside, he locks the door, and then he calls 911.
Please, a medical. Young man beating up a woman across the street.
Are either of them injured? Can you tell from where you are?
Yes, there's a girl laying on the ground. He beat her up. I ran over there. I'm bleeding profusely here at the moment.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
Can you tell if she's conscious?
No, it does not appear so, no. I've been stabbed in the back. I'm bleeding pretty bad.
After the call is placed and Jeff is certain that help is on the way, he's barely conscious, but all he can remember thinking was, I hope this maniac, Austin, has abandoned his attack and just run off. Or, I hope John has come outside and he's helping his wife. But unfortunately, all Jeff could hear was the sound of Austin across the street making these loud, animalistic grunting sounds. And at the same time, he hears the sound of someone screaming at the top of their lungs. He doesn't even know if it's one person, if it's 2 people, if it's male, if it's female. All he hears is screams and grunting sounds.
This nigga's eating
and
this
then
bitch.
seconds later, the police show up. The following narrative is the account of the second responding officer, who we'll just call Dan, and the first responding officer we'll just call Kristen. And so Dan, he comes flying down the street, he's got his sirens on, and he pulls in right behind Kristen's cop car, which is parked right out in front of John and Michelle's property. Kristen is already running up the driveway, her gun is out, she's getting ready to engage somebody at the top of the driveway. And so Dan, he hops out of his car, he's got his hand on his gun, and as he turns to run up the driveway, his view is obscured. There are two cars parked in the driveway, and so he can't see what's at the top of the driveway that Kristen is apparently getting ready to draw her gun on. But as he begins running up the driveway, he sees there is this massive 6-foot wide stream of blood just coming down the driveway. And so he goes around the left side of the left car, he goes up, and he sees Kristen right at the top of the driveway. She's got her gun aimed at the ground right in front of the car, so he can't see what's in front of the car yet. He comes bombing around the left side right behind Kristen, and he looks down at what she's aiming her gun at, and he sees there's this man lying on the ground, his eyes are open, he's just laying there kind of stiff, and he's looking up at Kristen, and he's looking up at Dan, and he's just quietly saying, "Please help me." The man on the ground was John Stevens, and on top of John Stevens was Austin. He was kind of laying sideways on John's chest, he had his left arm wrapped around John's neck to kind of hold him in place, and then he had his right arm and he was doing something to John's face. But Dan couldn't really tell what he was doing. All he could take in was there was clearly an aggressor and they needed to get him off of the victim. But Kristen could not take the shot because if she did, she ran the risk of firing the bullet through Austin into John, killing John. And so Dan tells Kristen, "Hold on, I'm gonna tase him." And so he moves around Kristen to her left side, so he's positioned looking down at the back of Austin. He pulls out his taser, and right before he shoots his taser into Austin's back, he sees what Austin is doing to John's face. With his free right hand, he was reaching into John's mouth and pulling his cheek out, kind of like a fish hook. He was pulling it out as far as he could, and then he was biting into John's cheek, and he was ripping out pieces of flesh and chewing and swallowing them. And from his position, Dan only saw this for a second, but he suddenly noticed, and Kristen, the other officer, would later confirm, there were all these chunks already missing from John's face. And so Dan kind of snapped out of what he was seeing and fired his taser into the back of Austin, but it did nothing. It had absolutely no effect. Austin was entirely focused on biting John's face. That was all he was doing. He wasn't even registering that there were cops with their guns drawn on him. It was like they weren't even there. And so Dan runs back around Kristen to the other side of her. He's now on her right side, so he's standing right next to the car, looking down at Austin's front. And he tells Kristen to kind of back up for a second, and then Dan winds up and kicks Austin square in the face, knocking his head off of John's face. But as soon as Austin comes off of John, he doesn't get up and try to fight with Dan. Instead, he just jumps back down, gets a deeper grip on John, and plunges his mouth back onto John's face. And so again, Dan winds up and boots Austin square in the face, knocking his head back. But again, he's totally unfazed. He doesn't want to attack the officers. He just wants to eat John's face. And so he goes right back down, gets a tighter grip. He goes back and he starts chewing on John's face again. And so Dan was just repeatedly kicking him in the face over and over and over again, right as another set of officers showed up, and they had a canine, they had a dog. And so they come flying up, they kind of see the situation, and Dan tells them, "Release the dog." And so sure enough, they release the canine. The canine clamps down on Austin's right arm, the arm that was fish hooking and kind of pulling John's face out. And the dog really got a good bite on his arm and yanked it away from John's face. But Austin just instantly ripped his arm back, doing severe damage to his arm from the dog's teeth, and just repositioned himself and went back to biting John's face. And so the dog, just as it was trained, did another bite. It grabbed back onto Austin's arm, and it pulled it off of John's body, and so his arm is back like this again, and Austin, again, unfazed, just yanks his arm out of the dog's teeth, again, shredding the muscles of his arm, and gets back in position and continues to eat John's face. And then finally, the dog gets another bite into Austin's arm, and this time when the dog managed to yank Austin's arm away from John, Dan timed it so he booted Austin square in the face right as his arm was being pulled back, and he hit him hard enough that Austin actually flew off of John and landed on his back. And as soon as he was on the ground, Dan actually leapt over John and landed on Austin's face, smashing his head into the cement, which kind of stunned him for a second. And as soon as he was stunned, Dan whipped out his handcuffs, threw it over one of Austin's wrists, and began pulling him by the handcuff up the driveway away from John. But as soon as he had some separation and Dan went to put the other handcuff on Austin, Austin began fighting back, and he looked up at Dan and he screamed, "Kill me! I'm eating humans! Kill me!" Dan didn't even know what to do, and so he's trying to put the other handcuff on him. The whole time Austin is screaming, "Kill me! Kill me!" And so other officers had to run in, and then finally, after 3 other officers came over, they were able to hold Austin down long enough to get both handcuffs on him. After Austin was finally restrained, the officers checked on the victims. They checked on Michelle, who was in the garage, and unfortunately she was deceased. She had died from blunt force trauma. And John, even though he had been alive when the police first showed up, he had succumbed to the multitude of injuries he had sustained, from stabbings to beatings to having a portion of his face ripped off. It's believed after John came back from his walk, which would have been right after Jeff had been attacked and ran back to his house, John saw Austin in his garage attacking his wife, and John ran in to try to save her. And so ultimately John would die trying to save the woman that he loved. Their dog would survive the attack. It was unharmed, and it was given to one of their children to take care of. And Jeff Fisher, the neighbor who tried...
At least the dog lived, man. That shit's important.
I ain't gonna lie.
That dog was kind of cute, man.
Nah, bro. Animal cruelty is another fucked up thing.
Yeah, that's terrible, man. At least, dude, I'd be way sadder if he ate the dogs.
You eating humans and you're crazy, but
eating humans, that's inhumane.
Is crazy,
but
bro.
Eating dogs while they're still alive and
on,
not covered in honey mustard and Lowry seasoning
salt,
hold on. That's not cool.
What you trying to tell?
I'm saying, man.
What you trying to tell me over here, man?
I'm saying, man, you know what I mean? If a dog just so happened to find its way onto a skillet, you know, and is chopped up with the right amount of onions.
What the hell is wrong?
You know, and steakum sauce. Worcestershire sauce. I don't see what the issue is.
Worcestershire sauce.
Yeah, I don't see. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's a W that the dog lived. It's. At the end of the day, man, at least the chick wasn't hot. You know, that's. We gonna edit that out. Bro, look, my brain turns everything into comedy, man. That's just how I grew up. I've grown up, man, seeing all types of crazy, mortifying shit. You know what I mean? Like, you know, people getting beaten nearly to death. Couple of people dying. Little stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, I don't know, man. My brain is to a place where it doesn't, like, wild, crazy shit. It doesn't really bother me as bad as it could be. You can't edit live. You don't know that.
And Michelle, he would survive the attack and make a full recovery. After Austin was finally handcuffed and was laying restrained on the driveway,
Jesus!
He suddenly became unresponsive. He was rushed to the hospital where it was determined he had drank some poisonous chemicals, most likely from inside of John and Michelle's garage, and that was what was causing his organs to fail. Ultimately, Austin would go into a coma for 11 days from whatever he ingested, but the doctors were able to save his life, and so he would come out of that coma and he would make a full physical recovery. It was initially assumed that because of Austin's drug abuse history, that he must have been on some drug when he perpetrated this heinous crime. It was speculated that he could have been on bath salts or flakka, which are these synthetic hallucinogenic drugs, which are very powerful, and at the time they were quite popular in Florida, and they'd caused some other users to go on these kind of wild, violent rampages. and so it seemed to make a lot of sense that he must have been on one of those. But when Austin's toxicology report finally came back, it showed he only had a very small amount of THC in his system, which is the drug found in marijuana, and then the other drugs that were in his system were all induced by the doctors and nurses at the hospital, which meant at the time of this attack, Austin was effectively sober. When the police asked Austin, "Why did you do this?" he initially said, "I don't remember, I don't know." But eventually he would open up and he would tell this story that no sane person could possibly understand. He said after he left that restaurant where his family was that third time after he fought with his father and he stormed out, after that, he saw this dark figure outside with a white face. And he knew immediately that this figure was evil. And so instinctively, Austin began running away from this evil figure. And so he ran about 4 miles into John and Michelle's neighborhood. And when he got to this neighborhood, a neighborhood he was not familiar with, that he didn't intend to go to on purpose, he just kind of wound up there. He said he saw this brightly lit up garage and he ran up into it, believing he could enlist the help of the people inside of this house and that they would help him defeat this evil figure that was lurking somewhere nearby.
Bro, this nigga had video game. Bro, dude, oh my God, bro. Alright, so I don't know what the fuck I was going through at some point in my life, but I started, at one point, bro, before I started doing YouTube, maybe like 5 years before I started doing YouTube, maybe 10 years, I don't know, man. I was homeless for a while, and I started hallucinating and seeing shit, nigga. Oh my God. It was wild, too, because the shit had shit to do with the video games I was playing at the time and shit. It was hilarious, man.
I was gonna say, bro could also be having withdrawals.
It wasn't really that bad for me.
I'm talking about him.
Oh no, I wasn't on any goddamn drug.
Nigga,
bro, it was dude, the thing that saved me, I'd never smoked weed, I'd never drank liquor. You know what I mean? Maybe I was just so down bad that, you know what I mean? But like all I saw was, what happened with me was I was at a land center this one day. And like this dude named Nat, bro, and this guy would always fuck with me, bro. He was the most toxic human being I'd ever met in my life, bro. Super toxic. So I'm up at the land center, man, and I'm hanging out and I'm playing video games. And Nat, he's just like, yo, like, dude, you bled all over the bathroom. Like, why would you do that? And I'm like, but I have no injuries. How could I bleed? He's like, yo, you fucking bled over. He just kept blaming me for the shit. And I swear to God, I was about to kill that nigga, bro. I really was.
I probably would have too.
I'd made up my mind, and it's bad because my brain came up with an excuse as to why it was okay to kill him. And this is what my brain came up with. Because I was playing a lot of World of Warcraft at the time, right? So everyone knows that when you play World of Warcraft,
Hey,
when the
nigga
died, you go back to the graveyard, and then you res at the graveyard. I swear to God, in my brain, I was like, yo, I'm about to kill him, and when I kill him, it's gonna be okay, cause he's gonna res at the graveyard. Yo, I shit you not, I got up to go kill this nigga. Bro, I was literally walking over to murk this nigga, yo.
This crazy,
bro, and the thing that saved me was 3 chairs before I got to Nat, my homeboy Mike, I forget his last name, Mike something, but he was always been one of those people that has always made me laugh. We've always had that really funny relationship where we make each other laugh a lot. He gets up and he sees me focused on that. And I don't know how, but maybe he knew the type of person I was and that I was really going to go do this nigga. He's seen it. He's seen it in my eyes, bro. And he cracks like the funniest joke I'd ever fucking heard. And it snapped me out of it. And I remember at the exact moment when I realized, I was like,
this ain't no game, man.
Oh my God. I was gonna, and no, it literally took me a full 7 minutes of Mike cracking jokes to like bring me out of it. But once he brought me back, I was like, this nigga he wasn't gonna res at the graveyard. I almost went to jail for life. Fuck. Bro, I swear to God, bro, that's like one of the only times where I'd made up my mind to kill a nigga. That's like the only time. Bro, I've had people pull guns on me, knives. I've had people jump me. I've never gotten to the point where I was like, I'm gonna kill this nigga.
I've been in a spot like that. That shit's funny though.
Yo, even when Rashad Banks robbed my house at gunpoint, and when I went and put that nigga in intensive care, I still made sure not to kill him. Like, that's wild. I literally beat this man to a point where he had to eat through a straw for a month. Rashad Banks, he confirmed he had to eat through a straw for a month. I beat this nigga to within an inch of his life. I still made sure not to finish him, but that nigga was about to die that day. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that my nigga Mike, bro. I'm so glad, bro.
That's funny.
Bro, that nigga really saved my ass with jokes, yo. That nigga really saved my ass with fucking jokes.
So he runs up into this garage, which happens to be John and Michelle's garage, and Michelle is in there. John is not. He's out for the walk with his dog, and Austin approaches her and tries to get her to help him, but he probably came off looking completely insane, and Michelle screamed. At which point, Austin said he believed Michelle was a witch, and so he pulled out his knife and he attacked her. And then after she fell to the ground, Austin said he drank a bottle of alcohol or something, which we now know was most likely very poisonous lawn chemicals that was just in the garage. After he drinks that bottle, he turns around and now he's looking out of the garage towards the street. And he said he saw this other figure in the doorway with a dog next to him. And then Austin said his mind just went blank. It's believed the figure he saw in the doorway was John Stevens returning from his walk, but we don't know for sure, and frankly, this story is pretty incoherent to begin with.
That shit rough.
Because it doesn't account for the fact that before John came back, Austin had been grappling with Jeff Fisher and stabbing Jeff Fisher, the neighbor. But Austin would say he has no recollection of encountering Jeff Fisher. He has no recollection of John or what he looked like, and he certainly doesn't remember biting John's face.
I'm in the suburbs,
and he had no memory of any interaction.
Bro, look, man, I was homeless at the time. Yeah, I mean, I was from places where everybody was doing a bunch of drugs. I was completely sober, but like I was living in the projects, dude. Like I was living in Joshua Villas. Yeah, I mean, like freaking Cheyenne Point. You know, like bro, like these is rough.
The suites,
nigga. Oh my God,
the
nigga.
Single suites, the budget suites,
budget
like,
suites,
nigga,
and single suites,
man,
bro.
What?
Bro, ooh. But
that
yeah,
one on Boulder Highway, Sienna
nigga,
Suites.
Boulder Highway, Sienna Suites, bro. That's real. Bro, like, you know what I mean? But I was in real, I'm not going to say dark areas, but video games saved my ass, dude. Because video games kept me from really immersing myself in, like, the hood. And
I ain't gonna lie, I would have been a badass little kid. I would have been fighting people. I would have been fighting people's sons, bro, if it wasn't for video games.
Bro, video games saved my ass, man. Cause like I would have had like if I'd have stayed outside, I'd had to do some. Cause like the thing about the hood is you got to do deplorable shit for niggas to respect you. Yeah, everybody disrespects the fuck out of you until you nearly kill a nigga, and then they you know what I mean, and then they respect you.
They be like, all right,
man, we ain't gonna just disrespect this nigga every time we see him.
Type shit.
But until then, you get disrespected every time they see you, bro, and that shit will lead you to a place where after a while it's like. You know what I mean? Because, bro, if everybody's disrespecting you, bro, and I can only say all this stuff because I lived through it. When you in the hood, bro, and don't nobody respect you, bro, you don't get no bitches. You don't get nothing. Nothing.
A single thing.
Everybody roast you. You know what I mean? Everybody. Bro, my solace was video games, bro. Video games and comedy. Bro, that's why I don't go nowhere near the hood nowadays, bro. Because there ain't shit for me there. You know what I mean? Ain't shit for me, bro. You can't convince me to go back and try to save them motherfuckers. Hell no.
Fuck no.
Last time I tried to get back to the hood, nigga, 5 motherfuckers. I got robbed by 5 motherfuckers, pretty much at gunpoint. So, yeah, the hood done tore its ass with me, bro. I'm in the suburbs now. I'm white.
Actions with police. He said that basically he turned around, he sees this figure, this dog, and then his mind went blank, and then he woke up about 2 weeks later in the hospital. Now, when his story went public, a lot of people just were not willing to accept that story. They said he was making it up so he could plead insanity at his trial and get a lesser sentence. But a world-renowned forensic psychologist named Philip Resnick, who had worked on many high-profile cases before, he did a lengthy assessment of Austin, and he came to a very different conclusion than the public. In his 38-page report, Resnick points out the fact that Austin continued to bite John's face even when he was being openly threatened with being shot by the police officer standing right over him. He continued to bite John's face after he was tased. He continued to bite John's face after he was kicked in the head repeatedly. He continued to bite John's face after a dog repeatedly bit him. This all suggests that Austin was truly in a psychotic state when this attack occurred.
That's
a
real.
sane person, even under the influence of drugs, will retain a basic survival instinct. They will try to protect themselves. So when there are guns pointed at them, or they're being physically harmed, or there's threats of violence, they'll do things to protect themselves.
Oh, for real?
But Austin didn't. It was like he had no idea about anything else except John's face. Resnick specified that the
Sounded a little
type
weird,
of
but-
psychotic
That's
episode
wild.
that Austin was suffering from on the night of the attack
That's
is
wild.
something called clinical lycanthropy delusions. Clinical lycanthropy is a very rare occurrence where an individual
Is that
believes
werewolf?
they are no longer human. And almost always what they believe they are is something akin to a werewolf. And
Shit! Damn, I was crazy when I was younger. Fuck. Oh my god, that's wild, bro. That's
in
god.
Austin's case, it's not that hard to figure out why you might reach that type of conclusion. He had told his sister that he believed he was half horse, and then on a couple other occasions, he had told his other friends that he believed he was half dog. And then, of course, on the night of the attack, after he killed Michelle, he pounced literally on John and began eating his face while making those loud, animalistic grunting sounds. This is behavior that is certainly on par with what you would expect a werewolf to do in a movie. But this was not a movie, this was real life. After Austin came out of his coma, but before he had been transferred to jail,
Yeah, where we at, Drew?
he agreed to do an interview with the clinical psychologist, TV
Hey, where we at,
personality Phil McGraw, better known as Dr. Phil. And during their 10-minute Zoom interview, Austin would break down and cry and say he was incredibly sorry to the family of the victims, that he didn't really know why it happened, and that clearly there was something wrong with him and he needed help, and he just hoped they could find it in their hearts to eventually forgive him. But it's unlikely the family of the victims are going to forgive him anytime soon,
No.
especially when you consider they came out in an interview and said, I hope Austin makes a full recovery from his coma,
So
that
we
he
can
has
kill
no
him.
brain damage, that he is totally A-okay, so he can be fully aware and lucid when they read him his sentence. A sentence they hoped would be the death penalty. As of right now, though, the family of the victims will just have to keep on waiting because Austin is still in jail awaiting trial. So that's going to do it, guys. If you got
That's
something
fucking
out of
crazy,
today's
yo.
episode and you
That's wild. I mean,
That's
bro,
boy.
that's some pretty wild shit.
No, real talk.
Damn, that's some wild shit, man. Sheesh, that's some wild shit.
on June 21st,
So y'all want to watch a scary video, or y'all want to watch some more crazy people getting killed videos? That's some wild shit. Huh? They like that shit? Hey, yo, type of 1 if you guys want to watch another fucked up story by this guy. Type of 2 if you guys want to watch a scary video instead. Bro. Scary? I figured either one, dude. More balling. Yeah, motherfuckers saying scary shit. Nigga. Yep. Alright. What you think? It's looking like they want to watch scary shit. Scary. Either which one, they don't care. Fuck it. You know what I mean? That's some wild shit. Nigga. Damn, nigga, that nigga ate people's faces? Bro, that nigga was doing too much. Bro, honestly, man, I believe the hood saved me, low-key. Like, me getting all of them fights and shit when I was younger, man, that shit really calmed me down. That shit helped me a lot. The most terrifying family. Mr. Y'all said Llama Arts scary videos? Meet Cannon or Llama Arts? Okay, so y'all want to watch them. Where we at right now? 107? Oh, 607? Okay. Alright. Alright, let's see. Malibu's Most Wanted. They had to make a special law because of him. Blue-haired woman terrifies authorities. Human mind is a mysterious place. Yeah, man. FNAF VHS videos are hella scary. I think it said Llama Arts. Good morning. What's up, Michael Tomarelli? Y'all niggas said Llama Arts. Oh, shit. Alright. We'll check out some Llama Arts. You know what I mean? Bruh. I'll be right back. Alright, hold on, y'all. Llama Arts. Really, nigga? It's the second time I put that shit in and it ain't work. Bruh. But yeah, yo. You know what I mean? That's some wild shit right there, bro. When I was younger, man, I remember I was getting jumped by these 3 dudes when I was a kid. I was like 9 years old. And the reason why they stopped jumping me was I convinced them I was a werewolf. I was a child. I was like 9. These niggas was fucking me up. I was like, bro, like, I ain't even do nothing, though. Alright, we're gonna check out some Llama R's, y'all. Alright, so hold on. I'm gonna play this for y'all, but I'm gonna be right back. I gotta take a piss. I don't want y'all to sit here and be bored, so I'm gonna go ahead and
I was out doing a delivery one late night. It was probably the longest drive I had ever taken for a pizza delivery. From the pizza place I worked at, it was a 20-minute drive, which isn't too crazy out where I live. Plus, they ordered 4 large pies, so I figured it was a party and I would get a much bigger tip. Navigating the dirt roads at night was always annoying, though. I pulled up to the given address. It was some old, sketchy-looking building, literally in the middle of a forest clearing. There were no cars parked anywhere, or any lights on. I put my car in park and called my boss. I asked him to reread the address at least 3 times to make sure I typed it in right, but that checked out. I could tell he was in a really bitchy mood, and he told me to at least knock on the door and check it out. He would normally get mad if we took back 1 pie, but I was afraid of what he would do if I brought back 4. I was insanely unnerved, but got out anyway and forced myself to the front door of the building. There was no doorbell, so I just knocked really hard. I heard nothing and didn't really expect to hear anything. I was extremely disappointed, not because nobody answered the door, but because I was realizing that it was all a waste of time and gas. I knocked 1 more time out of desperation, and then began to hear some kind of rustling noises from inside of the building. I knocked again and yelled that I was the pizza guy. There was silence now. I felt a bit more uncomfortable now than before. But before I could turn around, I noticed something at the window. There was someone looking through the window. I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. All I noticed were their eyes. Their eyes were open wider than I knew possible, staring intently at me. I was disturbed enough by this and dropped the pizzas and ran back to my car. The shitty thing wouldn't start until turning the key for the third time. I drove off the grass and back onto the dirt road, but I felt the car rocking about, shaking and bumping. Something wasn't right. I didn't make it far from the building before I started hearing a sharp scraping sound coming from outside. There was so much resistance that I couldn't even drive. The car came to a stop. I got out of the car to check what the hell was wrong. A chill ran up my spine as I began to feel like my heart was constantly skipping beats. My tires had been slashed and had completely fallen off the rim. Not just the front though. All 4 tires were slashed. I realized somebody did this when I was knocking on the door to that building. Instead of running, I got back in the car and locked the doors. I was so close to that building, I could practically see it from where I was, if it weren't for the trees blocking the view. I dialed 911 and explained everything to the operator. She told me the cops would be over as soon as possible and that I need to stay hidden. I asked her if it was advisable to stay in the car or run, and she told me it would be best to stay in the car with the door locked.
Exactly.
She asked me to stay on the line with her until the cops arrived. My whole body was shaking. In all directions, there was nothing but dark, seemingly endless forest. I knew it would take forever for the cops to get there. I was not comfortable with sitting in that car so close to whoever did this. The next part, though, is what utterly destroyed me. It still shakes me to this day, and I hope nobody ever has to experience this kind of fear. As I was scanning all the windows, making sure nobody was outside, I looked in the rearview mirror, and there was the same person. The same person I saw at that window. Eyes open wider than ever. I could see now that it was a woman, and I could ever so slightly see a smile begin to spread across her face. I opened my door and full-on sprinted into the woods, not caring how much noise I made. I ran until I was out of breath, which didn't take long, and I hid behind a giant log on the ground. I tried to cover my loud breathing with my hand as I waited and waited for what felt like hours until I finally heard sirens in the distance. I gathered up all the stamina I had left to run all the way back in the direction of the dirt road. Eventually, the glowing red and blue lights came into view, and I had never felt better in my life. They were parked in front of my car, investigating with flashlights. I came out yelling at them like a lunatic to help me. I fell to the floor and started to gag, almost throwing up from running so much. They picked me up and began to question me, to which I explained everything to the best of my ability. One of the 2 cars drove over to the building, and the 2 officers began to search the building. They came back with nothing except for a couple of spiky objects. These objects were exactly the same as the ones used to slash my tires. The cops guessed that it was some kind of sick, demented couple,
women.
Being that I saw the woman. But
oh shit, you saw a woman?
They were never found. And that still kills me to this day.
What do titties look like?
I obviously quit my job right after that and
quit your job
at a local grocery store.
You can't lose your job, nigga.
I
the
know
fuck?
That I'll never forget.
Your mama gonna put you out, nigga. My mama tried to put me out when I lost my job, man. That's fucked up. Just because I wasn't paying no bills and eating everything. Like, that's not the reason to throw me out, because I'm not helping none. You know? I was morally supportive. Chat, I was morally supporting.
I recently moved out, and I already have a horror story to tell. The house I moved into isn't anything impressive. It's just a house that's appropriate for 2 people.
Floppy.
I'd say
hey, look, first of all, there's pills I can take for that guy. Like, that's not okay, Anthony. I can take pills for that. Alright, now flaccicity in men is something that's easily curable.
I started hearing it in my bedroom.
You know, with pictures of like naked birds.
Some kind of animal living
you know,
in my walls. I just had to figure out how to get rid of it.
You know,
wait, where is blonde?
Sex with a cat.
The next morning, I didn't even have enough milk to fill a bowl of cereal.
It's consensual.
I couldn't believe
yeah,
I
don't know, man. Maybe he you know, if white people pour peroxide in their hair, apparently they go blonde.
I woke up in the middle of that night.
I saw Eminem do it. It's not racist.
Not my
Eminem did it first. I love Lose Yourself, huh? Don't we all like 8 Mile? I still watch the rap battles. Can you guys let me off the hook for that racism? No one heard this. We're editing this all out.
The next day was really hot.
No one heard
so
any of this.
For the first time. Some of them weren't blowing any
Don't you tell on me, bitch. That's which is what I used to tell my women I dated. You know? Don't you tell on me, but I'll get you, bitch. Don't you tell on me.
It seemed that whatever air duct was in there had been removed. Unfortunately, I didn't look into the
then you just at that point you just gotta hit her.
So I didn't know about this.
Cause like I heard this one country song when I was younger,
so I was up pretty late,
and it's called "I Love My Baby with My Fist." It's one of my favorite songs of all time.
But this
time, you know what I mean? Because the main guy, he's got this dude, he's got this female named Susan, and he's just, you know what I mean? And she didn't get in the kitchen and make them cheese eggs, so he's on top of her. He's just fucking her shit up, bitch.
I grabbed the flashlight again, and shined it in through the vent. I dropped it and screamed.
Like he's just...
There was someone's face peering through the cracks of the vents.
Excuse me? No!
Eyes.
Don't show me this!
Surely coming from... I looked to my left at the air vents. The sound was surely coming from in there.
Is somebody beating their meat in the fucking vent,
nigga? Shined it in through the vent.
I
dropped it and screamed. There was someone's face peering through the cracks of the vents. The first thing I saw were their eyes, open wide and glowing. I screamed all the way down and out the house. I soon found out there was a crazy, dangerous homeless man living in my walls, and he had been eating my food ever since I moved in.
Crazy homeless man? See, bro, you ain't gonna like shoot this nigga or something or stab this nigga? Bro, that's some wild shit. I was just on the phone with somebody today who said if we was all hanging out and a girl we was hanging out with got slapped in the face, then she just got slapped. He wouldn't even help her. I was like, damn, nigga.
In the woods near my
you just gonna let the bitch get beat up?
I was hiding in the tower I had built about a decade ago. In case anyone's wondering, I of course had a night vision scope attachment. What is this? I guess I'm what you would consider a hardcore
get stitches,
hunter.
Man, that's real.
I don't want to bore you with the unnecessary story prolonging details, so I'll make this short. And I want everyone to know that though I agree this story sounds far-fetched and crazy, it is nothing but the truth. And I in a way actually consider myself lucky that I always have such a horrifying story to share. So, while I was sitting in the tower waiting for movement, it finally came. I took aim and found the source. But
I might try some more
nukes. A hog, or any kind of animal I was expecting. It was a person. A man wearing all black. Black sweatpants, black shoes, and a black
always
hoodie
need a gun in your room. Hey, Lord, fuck a gun.
But that wasn't the freakiest
part. I mean, look, if somebody broke into my house, man, I'll just get ass naked because no one fights a naked person.
My heart started racing.
Because, like, think about it this way, Chad. If you guys broke into my house,
trying to bury a body,
and I just pull my balls out and start waving them around and shit, and like coming after you guys, what would y'all do?
It looked as if
you're not gonna try to fight me. Like I'm clearly on that shit, man.
I ducked down on.
You're gonna run for your lives, and then 10 videos will creep you out. I don't think I've seen this yet. Have I? Bro, what happened? To the poke. He just did a whole bunch of work while he was watching the stream. Turn up. That's what's up. Alright, y'all. We about to watch some more scariest videos of the year. Oh, I already watched one of these. Did I watch this one yet? The fuck is that? No one else was there. Nigga, what? Okay, yeah, I haven't seen this. Excuse me, nigga? Excuse me, bitch? because I used to work at McDonald's. Excuse me.
Turn off the lights and go full screen, because it's the top 20 scariest ghost videos
take off
of
your
the year.
Take off your pants,
Get
wash
out.
off your shoes and your
YouTube
shoulders
user
and your
Veronica
feet,
Shannon says that
and
she
let's
has
get
been
into some
experiencing
scary
a
videos.
terrifying haunting in her apartment. After hearing
look
and
at the
seeing
titties.
strange things around her home, she installed
There.
multiple security cameras.
Show your pussy, bitch.
Things start out simply enough. Her cameras pick up some strange light anomalies and a few odd sounds.
Oh my God! That sounded so racist. That sounded so racist to say. We're at 666 whites. That's what I thought he said. I was like, we have over 650 individual white people in the stream right now. Dude, we're winning. White people buy the merch. What? Black people don't buy the merch. What? Black people don't super chat. What? Oh man, it's okay. We're not
Then, seemingly after Veronica starts paying more
Black
attention
people don't
to
watch
the
this
bizarre
channel, man. We're
incidents
good.
and telling friends about them, things get a bit more intense. Her two young sons start waking up terrified and screaming every night
gonna look terrible
around 3 a.m.
Please react to Mr. Bolin. I'm kind of creeped out now. Yeah, I don't trust this. Veronica Shannon, every night, dude. How many dudes are you every night? What the hell's going on? Is the baby tripping, baby?
And things get even weirder.
Who's the baby tripping, baby? What the fuck is that? That's not a person opening the door. Nigga! Excuse me? Excuse me? What the hell is that? Was that a ghost in a Pillsbury Doughboy, nigga? No one was behind him. What the fuck? And you can hear someone say, "Get out." I said, "Get out, nigga. This is my house. I'm paying the bills." What the fuck is
Twice they catch some odd apparition that seems to appear near the door whenever someone arrives or leaves the apartment. It's almost as if the spirit just doesn't want someone new there. One night, Shane, Veronica, and another friend decide to conduct their own informal sort of seance.
Yeah, bro, this ain't good, man.
It doesn't go well.
Yo, you gonna do a seance?
Are you stuck here?
So you gonna call him?
Move the camera if you need help.
Nigga. Nigga!
Oh my. Are you in the boys' room? Shut up. If something bad happens.
Y'all just got your baby gotten. You gonna lose a whole child. Y'all keep playing.
I'm not even moving.
They gonna call CPS. Huh? Now what you gonna do? Oh my
Shane
God.
asks if the ghost is now in the boys' room. The children immediately start crying their eyes out.
Uh-oh.
But then, when they rush to the door, something is preventing them from opening it.
No.
They have to break down the door to get inside to the crying boys. You can check out more of Veronica's story and videos over on her YouTube channel, Veronica Shannon.
I don't do none of that.
Catalina.
See,
So
that's that
everyone
shit
has
I
heard of
don't
the
like.
Bloody Mary party game and the Charlie Challenge. But this next video features an odd supernatural game that I've
that
never
shit I
heard
don't
of
like.
before.
Yeah, I
Two
mean, and
girls are gathered in
Keith
front
said
of a
that, so
creepy
you
doll.
know it's true.
Each time they recite a line, they light a candle at the doll's feet.
It's that shit I don't like.
And it didn't go well.
You thought it was gonna go well? When has it ever gone well summoning ghosts? When has it ever gone good? Who has ever pulled out a Ouija board and like a Ford Focus? You know what I mean? Like fucking appears in their house or some shit. Like yeah. A buck naked Angelina Jolie shows up before she got old with her breast out, and she's just like, "Take me, I'm yours." That's never happened from doing one of these seances or one of these rituals or none of that shit. What the devil gives you, he takes it.
Them Latin people are crazy.
Nigga, you talk about the devil, nigga? In the name of the devil, bitch! What are you doing? No!
este día.
No, bitch!
I told you, bro. Them Latin people are crazy.
Bro, they fucking up.
They be playing with this.
They don't think it's gonna be bad. What you thought was gonna happen?
Now, this video was sent in by a viewer who says she found it on a random Spanish language website.
What they think was gonna happen?
Or even a mention of this Catalina ritual that
Why
the
do
girls were
people
doing,
do satanic rituals and expect good to come from
I
it?
leave it to you to decide. Is this a
Makes
haunted
no
doll
sense.
caught on camera? Or
Yeah, these
is it all
motherfuckers
just
are
an
dead.
elaborate
They're not gonna
hoax?
live.
You decide.
They're not gonna be here much longer. They about to go. Yep.
Truth and consequences. This next clip was sent in by Nuke's Top 5 viewer Sarah Baranski. Now, this video is shrouded in a bit of mystery in that I just can't seem to find the original video.
Maurice, can I tickle your
Sarah,
booty?
who submitted the video, says that she's also searched all over for the
Send me
original
$200
clip
man,
with
and I'll
no
see what I
luck.
can do, man.
So, the story goes that apparently the woman in the video was working the overnight cleaning shift in an old empty house.
What, man? I got
claimed that she regularly
kids, man.
experienced absolutely
Shit,
terrifying
man.
paranormal
I got
encounters
17
during
kids
her
by
nightly
28
shift.
different women.
But no one believed her. So, one night after being challenged by her friends, she went
Bro,
to the
I would
house,
literally have
left off
17
all
kids
the
by
lights,
28 different women
and live streamed the
if
whole
I
thing to
believed
her
women when they
friends
told
on
me
Snapchat.
that they were pregnant by me.
Right, I'm
And then
go
tried
on
to
the
convince
store
me.
now.
Bruh, I had this one Instagram model.
You see some shadows.
She
That
went
is
out,
me. Put
like
your
we
phone
stopped
in the
talking for a
other
little bit. She went out, probably got ran through by a bunch of dudes with no condom, and then came through, and then came over here and tried to get me to smack her without a condom. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, yo, like, but I already know that trick. What some females are
Knocking
doing.
on the little door is crazy.
What the hell?
What? That is me putting my phone in my other
Don't
arm.
let this be bad.
Knocking on the
Please don't
little
let this be
door is
bad.
crazy.
Don't let this be bad. Don't do this. What happened? Ho!
Knocking on that little ass door is crazy.
I didn't even see it or hear it. All I could hear was the sound of my own melodious voice.
Sounds like there's something in
The
that bedroom.
spirit lived there, bro. You like it's
Sometimes
it's
it
no
opens the
escape.
door for you. Emma, if you're in there, can you open my door, please?
Hey, chill out. That's not even funny, bro.
That's the attic.
Shivery pussy.
That's not funny
that
as
must
fuck.
have
That's not funny.
No.
That's not funny. Talking about that
No.
Come on,
motherfucker
Kelly, you've been
open
here
the
1,000
door.
times. Come on. Whew.
Nah, son.
I'm gonna go into Philip's bedroom now.
Nah, son.
Ah!
Nah.
They're
No!
slapping you and shit. Shoulder. Yeah, get your ass in that room.
Damn it! Get your shit together, bitch.
You
I
want
thought
to
that
change
was a dog.
Get your ass in that room. Smacked her right upside her head.
Don't nothing pop out.
That shit is too
Don't do
funny.
that. Don't you show
Now I
yourself.
want to go back down now. I want to go back down now, seriously, and I dare twatting move.
She said move like
Say
she
something about
in the
creep.
way.
Hello? I'm sorry for camera checking, but it's... Big mistake, this doing this cleaning at night. Stupid mistake.
You think? Don't do nothing stupid. Don't you show yourself.
Right, I'm coming back to the stairs. I don't...
Oh!
Oh, God. Oh,
No, I'm
man.
leaving. Fuck is you
I don't want me,
on?
man. Pussies and
I'm
ass, but
leaving.
Just get
That
up out of
is
here,
my
bitch.
sign.
Run,
to
bitch.
hit
I'm
the
gonna man
fucking
up now.
go.
I'm not man up.
What are you
I'm
talking
gonna woman
about?
up now. Come
Run,
on.
ho! This nigga throwing
That's
loose-
my
Anybody here? What I
second
can
sign.
hear?
This nigga
to
throwing
hit
loose
the
change.
dough.
He's throwing loose
You
change
hear
at
me,
us.
Chris?
That is my second sign to hit the dough.
That's
Third
it,
strike.
that's
I'm
it,
out.
that's
Yep.
it,
Look
that's
like
it. I
what
don't
she
want
said.
to go.
Yep.
All right, just leave me alone for 5 till I get
No, nigga,
downstairs,
I'm leaving.
please.
Fuck
No,
you talking
nigga.
about?
Just leave me alone. Somebody's just said something to me. Who's on? Oh, I'm gonna shit myself.
It's over for you, bitch.
Bitch,
It's
I'm
over
about
for
to
you, bitch.
Shit myself.
Run, bitch!
Out wherever you are.
Run!
Growl. Who the
This
fuck?
isn't funny no more. This is not funny.
Bitch, you about to get made into a steak-em, hoe. You better run!
Right, I've just shut door. I've just shut door. Bed. I'm gonna sit on the bed. I daren't move.
Bitch, you're crazy.
Oh!
Yeah, hell no.
Ah!
Why are you not gone? Why are you not
bitch!
leaving?
I want to go down.
Why are you not like out the door?
What the was that? Eileen, I hope you're hearing this and that. Anne-Marie, I hope you're all f***ing watching this and that swearing. I can hear tapping in that cupboard.
Hey, nah, bruh.
Oh, I don't know where to go. I'm right, I'm gonna go.
Run, bitch!
Oh.
What the fuck you doing?
What the hell? Alright, I think I've had enough.
Run!
I want to go down.
This shit
I want
is
to go down.
terrible.
Get down the stairs then, bitch!
Watch, because I'm gonna kick the f***ing teddy back.
And the teddy bear gonna come back, my nigga.
Now, everything that's taking place in the video is bizarre enough. But what happens next is downright chilling.
That's it. I've shit it. I'm going. I'm just gonna ask the little girl that's in the little bedroom. Emma, I'm sorry for shouting, sweet. Will you open the door for me, please?
Hey, hold on, bro.
I have just seen something. I've just seen something.
Did you see something else?
I see like 2 things.
I've just seen. I have just seen something. I have just seen something.
Oh! What more proof do you need, bitch?
I would have been out the door by the time that teddy bear was thrown.
She is not black. She's not black.
Man calls out to a little girl ghost named Emma that allegedly haunts one of the rooms. No response. But there's a bang from a different bedroom, and when she turns, this. It looks like some pale figure that actually reflects the light is now standing at the doorway.
Reflects the light?
But it quickly ducks back inside the room.
Oh no.
And with this, the woman has had enough.
Nigga, I would have had enough by the time the teddy bear flew. What are you talking about?
So, what do you think? Did this late night
Look, I would have been out
for her ghostly encounter
I would have,
on
yep,
her
nope.
Snapchat live
That's my
stream?
time to step.
Or
I'm out.
Is it all just an elaborate hoax?
I ain't doing none of that.
You decide.
I would have been. That's my time to step.
I ain't doing
If
none
you
of
see a
that.
video that you think would be perfect for the top 5,
Y'all
or if
see
you have
this
a
shit,
ghost hunting
chat?
channel and you caught
Y'all
something
see this
great,
type of
contact
bullshit,
me at
nigga?
top5@gmail.com.
And y'all want me to live in a haunted house?
On TikTok. TikTok
on
user
TikTok.
Sabrina C. Coven claims that her apartment has a history of strange occurrences.
Hold me, I'm
Doors
scared.
open and close on
Erica,
their own,
I got
and
you,
drawers
man.
slide open when
I'm
no
long
one is around.
distance holding you.
Then
You
one
know what I'm
night, Sabrina
saying?
captures something absolutely shocking on her CCTV camera.
Oh, they haunted the
At
cat?
5:41 in the morning, Sabrina's cat is quietly walking through the living room when this happens.
This nigga only got one arm? Oh! How?
Damn, that bitch got flung. Nigga, the dog don't know what to do.
Bro, the ghost done put hands on this cat,
On
bro.
the cat, my nigga.
Start fucking this shit up. Damn.
But that dog, oh bro, what the fuck going on?
It almost looks as if Sabrina's cat is thrown into the air and then dragged into the dining room. The cat violently hisses as
The
though
other
it's
cat,
being
nigga,
attacked.
look, the other cat
and
like,
the
hey,
other
hold on, what the
pets
fuck?
become
I love
very
how they try to.
disturbed as
Hey,
well.
I appreciate that
Then
though.
a chair seems to move from under the table.
The
all on
animals
its
tried
own.
to jump him.
Sabrina
Like that's
is
what's
woken
up. They
by the
hold on.
commotion
What
and
the
checks
fuck?
to see what happened.
What the fuck? I know
Luckily,
not
all
my
of her
not my
pets are
nigga. I know you
unharmed.
ain't.
But
You
when
dragging my
Sabrina looks
nigga in
at
the kitchen. Hold on
CCTV
now.
footage, she is baffled.
Nigga,
Sabrina says that it would have been absolutely
What's that?
impossible for this particular cat to leap into the air like that. Because you see, this cat is actually missing one of its legs.
Oh.
So, what do you think could have happened to Sabrina's cat? Let me know down in the comments. Catch 'em all on camera.
That's crazy.
That's
Zach
funny.
from the YouTube channel
Gotta
Catch 'em All
catch 'em
Fishing
all.
has a channel dedicated to fishing and catching reptiles. Nothing
Oh, it
creepy
hurts
or
so
nothing
true.
paranormal whatsoever.
Blah,
At
blah,
least
blah,
until this
something
recent
new.
video. In the video, Zach is exploring an undisclosed location that he calls, quote, an abandoned underground city. He says that he is trying to find and capture a python, as the large snakes are drawn to warm, wet places like this.
Nice.
As he enters the dark building, he immediately feels like he's not alone.
So, before I get too deep in here, just want to let you all know I'm looking for snakes right now, for pythons. And honestly, feel like I shouldn't be in here.
You think?
It's really creepy in here. And it's really big. Hello?
Demons?
As he explores the dark underground building, Zach is a little jumpy. And it turns out, he has reason to be.
Bro! Florian, yeah, I know Florian mastered Poor Cat.
Alright, yeah, fuck them pythons. I'm going home.
Zach hears strange moans coming from somewhere down the winding underground hallways. He decides to hide, thinking there might be someone else in there with him. Someone up to no good.
Wish me luck, guys. I gotta shut off my light. I don't know what's going on.
Buddy's tweaking. Buddy's
The voices
tweaking.
stopped.
The voices stopped, guys.
Buddy's tweaking. There's niggas.
Bro,
under
what are
there.
you doing?
That's an underground city. That's their city, bruh. They finna literally fuck you up. Like, what are you talking about? You in they shit. What are you talking about? You in they hood.
Eventually, the voices stop, and Zach decides to make a break for it, leaving the underground tunnel system behind.
Yeah.
But later, when Zach reviews his footage, he realizes that he caught something absolutely terrifying in one of his camera shots.
It's leaking outside from somewhere.
Is that somebody's head?
What?
Or
Hello?
something else?
Oh,
The
no
figure of a
fucking
pale
way.
man seems to be staring at Zach from the darkness.
Hey,
Zach claims that he didn't even see the figure until he reviewed his footage later. However, he says that throughout his entire exploration, he felt like someone was following behind him. So, is this strange pale figure a ghost caught on camera? Or was there just some creepy person stalking Zach throughout the tunnel?
Hell no!
You decide.
Yeah, that shit's too.
You can watch Zach's full video on his YouTube channel, Catch 'em All Fishing.
No, catch 'em all.
Burn after reading. This next video was recorded by a Jordanian ghost hunter that I've never featured before, named Mahmoud. In the clip, he's investigating an abandoned building that is said to be home to a powerful curse. As Mahmoud explores, he begins to find old crumpled pieces of paper inside the cupboards, but he pays them no mind. However, it seems almost as if someone or something is watching him as he explores the house's cabinets.
Nope. Please react to more Mr. Borland. Who is Mr. Borland? I have to check him out.
And when he checks his footage later, he finds that there might have been yet another paper on a higher cabinet shelf that he couldn't reach. And this one almost seems to move on its own.
Oh shit.
And then, this is where things become truly bizarre. Mahmoud finds a bright red paper inside one cabinet and decides to see what it is.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم الرحمن الرحيم أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم والله ما بضل ولا دقيقة.
What are you tripping for? As he lays down the paper to examine it, the very floor beneath him seems to burst into flame. He makes a quick run for it. Later, when Mahmoud examines the strange paper that he found inside the house, he finds a series of strange symbols in an odd, indecipherable language. So did Mahmoud find an actual curse scribbled on pieces of paper spread throughout the house? Or is it just an elaborate hoax? You decide. You can check out Mahmoud's full video and his other ghost explorations over on his YouTube channel. A Cry from Beyond. Back in the 1960s, the sad story of teenager Sylvia Likens was perhaps one of the most tragic events ever to occur in Indianapolis, Indiana. Now, I won't go into the grisly details of the case, but suffice to say, Sylvia Likens met a horrible fate, sometimes imprisoned in her own home's basement. Sylvia finally lost her life, and the house remains abandoned. In this video, YouTuber Carlos Coy 135 and a friend are investigating the Indianapolis home where Sylvia met her tragic fate. Even though the pair don't notice it, things get a bit bizarre almost immediately. The house is empty, but this.
This is a freaky ass house. I know.
Did you see it? When the video is slowed down, you can see that it looks like the curtains on the far left window are pushed back, as if someone is taking a look outside. But the house is supposed to be empty. As they walk around the outside of the home, their camera catches another strange anomaly.
So was the basement like where
Viewers say that it looks almost as if some misty white shape is peeking from the window and then rapidly ducks back inside.
That could be a cloud.
But this is when things get truly bizarre. The guys check out the basement where Sylvia Likens was imprisoned for much of her time in the house.
This is the basement where the little girl was tortured. Dude, come here. This is freaky. As you can see, this is what the basement looks like. That's oh hell no, this picture is serious too.
Don't do this.
Dude,
no. What the fuck?
Yeah, it looks like somebody was closer.
There's a picture of the stairs. You got I swear to God.
As they walk away from the basement window, well, just listen closely and see what you hear.
There's a picture of the stairs. You got
Now, some claim that they can actually hear screams for help coming from the basement. Here's the clip again with subtitles revealing what many viewers say they hear.
There's a picture of the stairs. You got
So I tried to boost the audio by isolating certain frequencies, but since all speakers and headphones reproduce sound so differently, this may sound better or possibly worse, according to your speakers.
There's a picture of the stairs. You got
So, does Sylvia Likens' ghost haunt this home? Or are viewers seeing and even hearing things that just aren't there? You decide.
That shit is a little weird though.
The Watcher in the Window. Hurst Castle in Hampshire, England was established in the early 1500s, and over its grim 500-year history, it served as a formidable English military fort. It was also sometimes used as a prison to hold convicts sentenced to death. So it goes without saying that the castle has seen some dark and bloody times. Many visitors claim to have seen ghosts and shadows in its haunted hallways, including the spirit of a long-dead monk. Paranormal investigator Tony Ferguson has explored the haunted Hurst Castle many times, and on each visit, he seems to capture something more and more terrifying. On this particular visit, Tony brings along fellow investigator Paul Sissel. The two men split up to explore the castle all alone. But for Paul Sissel, it didn't go well.
What the hell? What the hell? He on that paranormal activity shit.
This boy got possessed.
Did he? Oh shit, that doesn't look good. Damn.
Paul Paul says that he felt as if he were out of control, possessed by the spirit of some angry entity from the castle. As Tawny and Paul continue exploring, they say that they feel a strange and very powerful energy in one particular room. A small castle alcove with one creepy little window that seems to open to nothing. On his next visit, Tony comes alone, determined to investigate this tiny little room and see if he catches any paranormal activity. He sets up a camera to record and ends up capturing something horrific.
Oh my God. Are you serious? Oh my God.
What is that?
When Tony reviews his footage later, he is shocked to see a small dark figure with glowing eyes standing at the window in the small Hearst Castle room. Now you might think that this could simply be a person standing outside the window, but it turns out that that would be impossible. You see, behind this window there is only a small gap and then concrete. The area behind this window was completely closed off with bricks and cement long ago. So then the question is, who or what is this?
Shit.
You decide.
That's crazy.
Haunted Holiday. Now this next clip is just completely random and bizarre. It's not from some old creepy haunted house or any place that would even seem remotely spooky. This video was actually recorded by a Nuke's Top 5 viewer at a random Holiday Inn hotel room in Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
Oh, no.
So, a little girl
So
sets
I'm
up a
not going to
camera
Canada.
to record herself
Holiday
unboxing her
Inn.
new necklace. And then,
Ooh, a Tiffany
everything
and
just
Co.
goes
necklace? Hold
wrong.
on. She got some money. Oh, that kind of freaked me out. Little girl, you could have kicked that.
In an instant, a bunch of bananas in the hallway randomly fly off the shelf, the door
now
lurches
that's-
shut,
that's different.
and strangest of all, the bathroom sink turns on full blast all by itself. The little girl in the recording told her family, and they found this when they checked the camera.
Yeah, you better get the hell out of there.
So
from
is
that
this
shit.
a haunted Holiday Inn? Is
Hey,
it a
what's
hoax?
up, Trinity Smith?
And
Thank
if it
you
is
for
a
the
hoax,
donation,
why
yo.
does
Thank
this
you
little
for the
girl's
donation.
startled
I appreciate
reaction
you, yo. Thank
seem 100% real? Let me
You
know
up
what
here
you
watching
think.
scary stuff with us, huh?
Behind closed doors.
Yo, Drew, what numbers we at?
Over on the popular Pakistani ghost hunting channel Wokia Ta, the team investigates a farmhouse that is allegedly haunted by a spirit or
So
demon.
was it that wild ass?
While investigating, they begin to hear an odd sound coming from inside one of the empty
Try it
rooms.
out.
अंदर से आवाजें बड़ी अजीब सी आ रही हैं जैसे कोई
I was thinking
बच्चे
about
हों
like
तो क्या है ये?
dang, was it that?
हाँ
Yeah.
लोग हो गए
Yeah. Was that a spike?
इस रूम से तो नहीं ना अभी तक कुछ हुआ पता नहीं इस रूम में क्या आवाज आ रही है ये रूम नहीं है इसको देखे तो शहरी भाई गोली खड़ी ये है क्या बाथरूम हालात चेक करें
You know what, y'all? Alright, y'all. We don't stream for like a crap ton of time. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about, okay, so I'm gonna check out one more Mr. Ballin. One more Mr. Ballin videos. And
On
then
June 21st,
I'm gonna hit the hay. Alright, so let's see. This child star is evil. Mature audiences only.
What about that alien encounter?
Of the hundreds of...
I'm down to check. I'll check it out one of you. Alright, y'all. We about to check out some Mr. Ballin'. One more crazy story before I go to sleep. Apparently this child's story is evil. Apparently this child, the star, is evil. Let's do this.
Of stories I have covered on this channel, today's story is going to easily rank in the top 5 most distressing I have ever covered. Now, there is not any graphic footage or images included. However, there is a very upsetting sequence that happens at the end of this story. And so for that reason, viewer discretion is advised. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once or twice every week. So if that's of interest to you, please take the like button hostage and force them to wash your dishes while wearing a very long sleeve shirt. But in 1986, Tom Hawks was a 39-year-old father of 2 teenage boys. He had previously been married to his boys' mother, but they had ultimately gotten a divorce. That year, Tom and his 2 sons were at this local chili cook-off in their neighborhood in Newport Beach, California, when Tom was looking out across the sea of people, and he sees this stunningly beautiful woman he's never seen before, and he just finds himself staring at her. And he stares at her so long that this woman, she ends up noticing, and she looks up and kind of smiles and blushes and looks away, and Tom immediately is totally embarrassed because he just got caught staring at her, and so he decides, you know what, I gotta go over there and introduce myself. And so Tom, who's this totally ruggedly handsome, muscular guy with this incredible mustache, he strides across the lawn and he walks up to this woman and he introduces himself, and she is all smiles, and she says her name is Jackie and she's 29 years old and she's single. And from that point onward, those two completely hit it off. They fell madly in love, and just a few years later, in 1989, they got married in front of 150 of their closest friends and family, and then after the wedding, Jackie moved in with Tom and his 2 boys. And even though the boys' mother was still alive, they began calling Jackie Mom, because Jackie not only lived with them, but also because she was so devoted to them, and she just was such a loving and kind person that it just made sense to do that. Also, Jackie, when she was 22 years old, she had gotten into this horrific motorcycle accident, and the internal damage that accident had done to her had left her unable to have kids of her own, something she had always wanted to do. And so when she had the opportunity to be these boys' mother, she really leaned into it. And so she was like this fabulous mother. So over the years, Tom and Jackie raised their 2 sons. And then in 2002, when the boys were all grown up, they left the house. Now, this was a sad moment for Tom and Jackie to suddenly be empty nesters. I mean, so much of their identity was wrapped up in being parents, and they were very close with their sons. But at the same time, they knew this day was coming, and they had actually been preparing for it for several years.
Hey, thank you, Michael Tomazelli.
They had been putting money aside every single year to prepare for when their sons left, because they wanted to time it so they could retire at the same time. And their idea of retirement was to go buy a yacht and just live on the yacht and sail up and down the California and Mexican coastline. Now, neither Jackie nor Tom were wealthy at all. However, they were very good at saving money, and they were very disciplined, and they could live frugally. And so over the past couple of years, they really had saved virtually every penny so they could afford to buy this yacht. And so finally in 2002, when their sons do actually leave, Tom and Jackie, they sell their house in Newport Beach, California. And between the proceeds from the sale of their house and all this money they had set aside, they had enough to purchase this kind of beat up old small yacht. And so this yacht they named the Well-Deserved. Even though this yacht was by no means a glamorous yacht like you think of when you hear that word, Tom and Jackie adored this boat. And so as soon as it was theirs and they had docked it in Newport, they moved all of their belongings onto this boat because they're going to live on this boat. And then they began meticulously cleaning it and organizing it and upgrading it everywhere they could within their limited budget.
Y'all
and
funny.
By the summer of
he
that
said, "Why
year,
you sitting like
this
L?"
boat was beautiful, both on the outside
this shit
and
comfortable.
inside. It was very cozy and very clearly had the touch of Tom and Jackie. It was a home. And so for the next 2 years, Tom and Jackie, they lived the dream. They took that yacht and just sailed up and down the coast of California and Mexico, and they would watch these beautiful sunsets, and they would catch fresh fish, and they would drink cocktails together. I mean, they were really enjoying their retirement. Then, in 2004, they got some unexpected news. One of their sons told them that he was now expecting to be a father. And so this baby was going to be the first grandchild of Tom and Jackie, and they were so excited. Especially Jackie, because remember, she wasn't able to have kids of her own, and she just loved the idea of getting to be motherly again, and the idea of getting to hold this precious little baby. And so even though Tom and Jackie were absolutely loving living out on this yacht, they decided that the time was right to actually sell the yacht and then take the proceeds from the sale of the yacht and buy a house on land to be closer to their son and this grandbaby. So in November of that year, the Hawks place an ad in this fishing magazine for the sale of their yacht. They were asking for about $500,000. And very quickly after this ad went live, this young couple who had saved up some cash, they offered to buy it. Tom and Jackie were totally thrilled, and they called their two sons to tell them the good news that they had this buyer and that in the next couple of days the sale would be finalized and then they would be in touch. And so the sons, they're expecting to get a phone call from Tom and Jackie any day, but a couple of days goes by and they haven't heard from them. And so the sons begin calling their parents, and their parents aren't picking up their phone. Now, Tom and Jackie were not the type to go any amount of time without being in touch with their family. And so this was very uncharacteristic. And so when Tom's brother, Jim, who was a retired police chief, when he heard about this sudden silence, he just got in his car and drove to Newport Beach, California to see if maybe they had not finalized the sale of the yacht and maybe the couple was still on the yacht and he could go check in with them and make sure everything was okay. And so Jim, along with a friend of his, they arrive in Newport Beach, they make their way to the dock where the yacht was being held, and they go down to the floating section of the dock and they walk right up alongside the well-deserved, and just from where they're standing, it does not seem like anyone is on the yacht. However, as they're standing there just kind of looking at this yacht right in front of them, Jim notices a couple of oddities. He sees there are lines hanging over the side of the boat that should have been stowed. And Tom was known for being incredibly meticulous and orderly. I mean, that yacht was spick and span always. And so he would not have left these lines draped over the edge of the boat unless he was on board, and he wasn't. And so Jim's also looking around and he sees there are a couple of tarps that go over some of the control panels that had been taken off, but then not put back on the control panels. And so again, that's not something Tom or Jackie would have done. And then there's also some dirty towels kind of hanging out of one of the portholes. And so overall, the impression Jim and this friend got was, I guess they must have finalized the sale of this yacht, because clearly the new owners of this boat, they're the ones that are in possession of it, and they're the reason it's sloppy, because Tom and Jackie, they never would leave the boat in this condition. And so Jim pulls out his own business card and he writes a note on it that he's looking to speak with the new owners of this boat because his brother and his brother's wife had sold this boat to them, but now they're missing. And so please give me a call back. And so Jim and his friend, they leave the boat, they leave the dock, and they begin to leave the area when Jim's cell phone rings. And he picks it up, and it's this 21-year-old woman named Jennifer De Leon. And so she tells Jim that she got his business card on her yacht, and that yes, she and her husband had recently purchased this yacht from the Hawks. But like Jim, they were having a hard time getting in touch with the Hawks as well, because after acquiring their boat, Jennifer said she and her husband realized there were a couple of controls on the boat that they didn't know how to use.
What's up,
and so they needed to talk to Tom and Jackie to explain how to use them.
OWO?
Also, Jennifer said she had found some personal belongings that belonged to Tom and Jackie that were stuffed in a couple of drawers that just got left behind, and so she wanted to return that property to them as well. But she's telling Jim, I'm trying to get in touch with them and I can't get in touch with them. And so Jim asked Jennifer, when was the last time you or your husband saw Tom or Jackie? And she would say, the last time we saw them was when we actually finalized the sale of the boat, when we literally gave them the money and we watched them take the money, hop in their car, and drive away. Jim asked her if she had any idea where they might have been going. And Jennifer said, we really didn't have that many personal conversations with Tom or Jackie. It was mostly just business stuff. But in the limited personal interactions we did have, Tom would always talk about how he and Jackie planned on buying a house in Mexico in this town that bordered Arizona, because apparently they have a son that lives in Arizona and he's about to have a baby, and they were talking about how they wanted to be very close.
Don't pull out the
Jim
deep
thanked
pool.
Jennifer and asked her, if you hear from Tom or Jackie, please let me know. And then Jennifer says to Jim, same thing to you. If you hear from them, please let me know, because I need to talk to them too. And so they hang up, and Jim is left thinking, what's going on here? And then Jim remembers there's this woman that Tom and Jackie had hired. Her name was Patricia. And for the past couple of years that they had been out on their boat, they knew they would not have great internet. And so they would not be able to consistently be able to pay their bills and pay taxes. And so they had hired this woman, Patricia, who was also a friend of theirs, to basically pay their bills and manage their finances. And so Jim gets her number and he calls Patricia. And the first thing he asks her is, hey, have you spoken with Tom or Jackie recently? And she says, no, I haven't. And so Jim explains the situation and then asks Patricia, has Tom or Jackie recently made a large deposit into any of their accounts? Because just a couple of days ago, they would have received nearly $500,000. And so Patricia, she checks the accounts and she says, no, there's been no deposits made.
Damn!
And Patricia are talking on the phone trying to rationalize why Tom and Jackie would not have deposited so much money, and they really couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation for it. And so after Jim hung up with Patricia, he just had a bad feeling about what was going on. And so Jim called the Newport Beach Police Department and he officially reported Tom and Jackie missing. The first thing the Newport Beach Police Department did with this missing person report was to do some digging on the new buyers of this yacht, the De Leons. And when they looked at the 25-year-old husband named Skyler, they discovered he was a felon. He had been arrested and convicted of armed robbery and had spent some time in jail for it. And so naturally, the police were immediately suspicious of Skyler De Leon, and really the De Leons in general, because they were the last ones to see the Hawks before they went missing. And so they sent one of their detectives down to the dock to just kind of walk around the yacht and just kind of feel it out, see what's going on down there, see if there's anything unusual. And so this detective goes down to the dock, they walk onto the floating section of the dock, and they walk right up alongside the well-deserved. And from the looks of it, it doesn't appear that anybody's on board. And as this detective is kind of looking in the window and just kind of looking around, they think they see what looks like a bloody handprint inside the boat. And so
oh my God!
Being enough to get a search warrant, and before long that day, there were police swarming this boat, looking all over it. But it would turn out that was not a bloody handprint. It was actually just some rust, and there was nothing else of significance that was found on board this boat. And so the police are pretty frustrated because they really don't have any leads. And so they contact Skyler De Leon and they say, hey, you need to come into the police station and explain exactly what happened during your final interaction with the Hawks. And so
if you
Skyler
could hit
comes to the police station, he's totally cooperative, and he explains to the detectives that, he saw this ad.
This is a long video
for a yacht.
Yeah.
He contacted Tom.
I'm going to sleep after I watch this one, y'all.
The two of them met up and then went out for a sea trial, which is basically a test drive, but for a boat. And during the sea trial, Skyler told Tom that he liked the boat and he wanted to go forward with the purchase. And so on November 15th, Skyler, along with his pregnant wife and his young daughter, and also a notary and another person, a friend of Skyler's that was there just kind of as a witness, they go to the parking lot of the dock right near where the yacht is. And then the Hawks show up, Tom and Jackie, and the De Leons literally hand over a suitcase full of cash to Tom. And then Tom and Jackie, with the notary, they signed the sale documentation, basically giving the boat over to the De Leons. And then Tom and Jackie took their suitcase full of cash, hopped in their SUV, and they drove off, presumably to go to Mexico. When the police asked Skyler, how were you able to afford such an expensive vessel? Skyler would tell them that back in the 1990s, he was actually a child star, or kind of.
That's
he was
when
an
I
extra on
recognize
the
his
very
name.
popular TV show Power Rangers, and from being on that show, he had made a bunch of money and he had set it aside. And as Skyler is telling the detectives this, he kind of just stops himself at some point and he's like, you know what? That's not really the truth. The reality is the reason we had the money to do this is not because of the cash I got from being a child star. It's actually because I stole the money. It would turn out that armed robbery that Skyler was convicted for and spent some time in jail for, that was because he was stealing money from this drug kingpin.
Oh my God. I'll be right back, y'all.
Drug kingpin is crazy. I ain't gonna lie, I used to watch Power Rangers too. What the hell? Like, I used to watch Power Rangers. That used to be, I wouldn't say that was my main character, but like, I mean, I knew who that little boy was. And that name sounded familiar until they said Power Rangers. It hit a spot. But like, I would expect you being a kid actor, you gonna be in that for life. What you robbing for? I don't know. That's just me though.
And we're back.
And before he was arrested and sent off to jail,
I hope all is well. All is
managed
good,
to take
Erica.
the money that he had stolen and hide it. And then after he had gone to jail and got out again, he came back to his hiding space and he just retrieved the money. But this money was stolen drug money, so it was hot. And so he needed to get rid of it. He needed to launder the money. And so that was why he was buying this yacht. He was going to buy it with this dirty money in bulk, in cash, and basically transform this hot, dirty money into this yacht. And then he was going to sell the yacht and get clean money for it. And so the police are totally shocked at this confession because Skylar has just completely incriminated himself in a money laundering scheme. But the police would ultimately say to Skylar, you know what, we're not going to charge you with money laundering because you're being so forthright and helpful with this investigation. And so they let Skylar go. The police would go on to interview Skylar's wife, Jennifer, as well as the notary and also that other friend who had come along for that final sale of the boat who was there as a witness. And so the police interview all three of those people and they asked them, you know, what was your final interaction with Tom and Jackie like? And they all described the same situation of seeing Tom and Jackie taking the suitcase full of cash and then signing the paperwork, hopping in their car and driving off. The only detail that seemed to differ amongst these four people who were there was the way Tom and Jackie were acting. Skylar made it seem like Tom was kind of anxious and paranoid about having all this money, whereas the notary said, you know, Tom and Jackie seemed completely normal to me. After all the interviews with these people who had seen Tom and Jackie last, the police felt like they had kind of reached a dead end and just didn't know what to do next. And so they went to the media and asked them to put out a bulletin that had a picture of Tom and Jackie, as well as a picture of their vehicle, and it asked people to come forward if they had seen them. And sure enough, within a couple of days of this bulletin going out on TV, this older couple in Mexico called the police to say the Hawks SUV is right across the street from me right now. It's parked right on the road. And so naturally, the Mexican authorities, as well as American authorities, they rush to this location and they charge up to the house where this SUV is parked, and they're kind of expecting to find Jackie and Tom inside, or someone that at least knows Tom and Jackie. But when they knock on the door, this guy nobody recognized, someone who was living in Mexico, he comes up to the door and he's looking very confused, and the police ask him, you know, whose SUV is that parked outside? And he said, oh, well, that's my friend's car. And they say, well, is your friend Tom or Jackie Hawks? And the guy's like, no, who's that? The car belongs to Skylar De Leon. This was, of course, the moment when the police realized Skylar was lying to them. He had told police the last time he had seen Jackie and Tom, they had hopped in their SUV and they had driven off. But clearly that was not the last time, because he somehow managed to acquire their car afterwards, and then he gave it to this random person in Mexico. So the police in Newport Beach, they used Skylar's money laundering confession on camera to bring him in. They arrested him on money laundering, and then with him in custody, they searched his home. And inside of his and Jennifer's house, they found all these things that belonged to the Hawks. Things like laptops and video cameras, things Tom and Jackie would not have left behind on the boat. But despite all this evidence connecting Skylar De Leon to the Hawks' disappearance, he maintained his innocence and said this was just a big misunderstanding. And then while he was in custody getting grilled by police, his wife, Jennifer, was also saying the same thing, that Skylar didn't do anything. She was even going on talk shows and talking about how this is just one big misunderstanding and Skylar had nothing to do with the Hawks' disappearance, that they are just as concerned about Tom and Jackie as everybody else is. But the police were not buying it. They knew Skylar knew something that he wasn't telling them, obviously. However, they weren't really getting anywhere interviewing Skylar. He was just kind of saying, look, I had nothing to do with it. And so the police decide, let's go back and re-interview the notary and also that other friend who was there as a witness on that day that the final sale of the boat took place. And so they call the notary back into the police department, and the notary is this woman named Kathleen Harris, who's never gotten in trouble in her life, and she's been a very successful notary for a long time. And so she sits down, and they ask her again to describe her final interactions with Tom and Jackie. And once again, she says, yep, they came over, they signed the paperwork, they took their cash, they got in their SUV, and they drove off. But under follow-on, very intensive questioning by the police, Kathleen would finally break. And she would say, actually, I've never met Tom and Jackie in my entire life. I was paid up front in cash by Skylar De Leon to backdate those sale documents that had already been signed. I have no idea what happened to Tom and Jackie. Next, the police went out and got that friend who was also there at the time of the final sale, that witness. His name was Alonzo Mason. And so they bring him in and they ask him, you know, what was your final interaction like with Tom and Jackie? And at first he stuck to the story that, you know, they got the cash, they hopped in the SUV, they drove off, that's all it was. And the police stop him and they're like, we just spoke to the notary and she said she was lying. She wasn't even there. She had backdated those documents. So we know you're lying. And so as soon as Alonzo got caught red-handed, he began to clam up. It was pretty obvious he did not want to say anything else. And since the police really needed something to happen with this case, they said to Alonzo, we will make sure your sentence is heavily reduced if you tell us everything you know about what happened to Tom and Jackie. And so Alonzo says, okay, I'll tell you. Alonzo was a young guy, very impressionable. He was in his early to mid-20s, and he was actually a jailer, and he had met Skylar when Skylar was in jail. He was in jail for that armed robbery. And so after Skylar gets out of jail, Alonzo and Skylar somehow stay friends, and they spend a lot of time together. And then in November of 2004, Skylar pulls Alonzo aside, and he confesses to him that he is in fact an international assassin, that people paid him to kill people, but only bad people, Skylar said. And he says to Alonzo, I have a current contract on 2 really bad people, Tom and Jackie Hawks, but I need help carrying this out. And so if you will help me carry out this contract, I will give you $1 million US. No. And so Alonzo's like, man, okay, yeah, I'll help you. And so on November 15th, Skylar, Alonzo, and a third man that Skylar had recruited to be a part of this job. He was this big, muscular, intimidating-looking guy who was actually a longtime Southern California gang member. His name was John Kennedy. Jeez. Those 3, they show up at the parking lot of the dock not to finalize the sale of this yacht. They weren't even close to finalizing the sale. They were there to meet up with Tom and Jackie to do a sea trial, a test drive. But when Tom and Jackie arrive, Tom, who was a longtime probation officer and so was very used to being around felons and convicts, he immediately sized these 3 up and thought, bad news. And so when the 2 parties met each other in the parking lot, Skylar started to notice that Tom was definitely apprehensive about getting on a boat with them. In fact, Tom was talking about potentially rescheduling and that, you know, today's not a good day. And Skylar's seeing, you know, okay, they're clearly uneasy about getting on the boat with us. And so Skylar says, hey, Tom, Jackie, hold on a minute. I'm going to step aside and make a phone call. And so Skylar steps aside and he calls his wife, Jennifer, and she was not far away. And so just a couple of minutes later, Jennifer pulls into the parking lot carrying her little 1-year-old baby girl. And as soon as she walks over to this group, the dynamic completely changes. Jackie sees this baby and she immediately falls in love with it and she wants to hold the baby and she loves Jennifer. Jennifer is so sweet. And so Jackie seems very much at ease and Tom notices that. And so Tom begins to loosen up, and before long, Tom is saying to Skylar, you know what, guys? Today's fine. Let's do the sea trial. And so the group eventually begins to make their way onto the yacht, the well-deserved, to do the sea trial. And right as they're about to get on, Jennifer says, hey guys, I can't go on the sea trial. The baby's upset. I gotta go home. I'll see you guys when you get back. And at this point, Tom and Jackie, they've already committed to doing the sea trial. And so even if they were a little bit apprehensive going on this boat with just these 3 guys, they put their faith in the De Leons that this was on the up and up. So the 2 Hawks, along with these 3 men, they get on board the boat and they begin heading out towards open water. And so Tom was piloting the boat. And at some point when they were very far away from the dock and really any land in any direction, Skylar and John come up to Tom and they say, hey, we want to show you something down in the lower levels of the ship. And so Tom goes with them. They go downstairs into the bedroom. And while they're down there, Alonzo and Jackie were in the kitchen, which is right above the bedroom. And as they're standing there, Alonzo and Jackie suddenly hear this very loud commotion coming from the bedroom. Now, Alonzo knew what that was. It was Skylar and John attacking Tom. And so that was his cue. Alonzo leapt forward and he grabbed onto Jackie. And before Jackie could even figure out what was going on, he had thrown her to the ground, pulled her hands behind her back, and then he pulled out handcuffs that he had and he handcuffed her hands together.
Sounds like Jackie's here, Alonzo's here, and then that's where Thomas Hawks, Skylar, and JFK are on the bottom. And Jackie hears the commotion. She looks down this way, and this is where Alonzo overpowers her.
And as soon as Jackie was subdued in the kitchen, Skylar and John, they come up the stairs, and Tom's not with them, and they grab Jackie and they walk her down into the bedroom, and Jackie would have seen her husband, Tom. He's been handcuffed, and he's laying on the bed on his back. And so they throw Jackie onto the bed right next to Tom, and immediately Jackie turns around and looks at Skylar and says, "Why are you doing this to us? We just met your wife. I just held your baby. Why are you doing this? All we want to do is just go back to land and be with our children and be with our grandchildren, please." But Skylar didn't care. He just turned to Alonzo and said, "Put tape on both of their mouths and their eyes." And as Alonzo was doing that, Skylar went upstairs and began piloting the boat towards the deepest part of the ocean. And so as Skylar is driving this boat, Alonzo and John are down in the bedroom, and Alonzo remembers looking over at Tom, and Tom was comforting Jackie. He had managed to pull his hand up, and he was stroking Jackie's hand, and he was saying to her, "It's going to be okay. No matter what happens to us, we'll be together." Suddenly, the boat stopped because Skylar had reached the deepest part of the ocean, and he called down to John and Alonzo to bring Jackie and Tom up onto the deck. And so Alonzo and John do just that. They march Tom and Jackie up the steps. They bring them out to the deck of the ship, and then Skylar forces them to sign the sale documentation for the boat, as well as had them sign additional paperwork that gave Skylar access to their bank accounts. And while they were signing these documents, Jackie actually misspelled her last name on one of the signature blocks. She left the S off of her last name. That's not something she would have done by accident. It's pretty clear she did that on purpose to signal to the future that she signed this under duress. After all these documents were signed, the three men led their two captives to the back of the boat. And then once they were standing at the back of the boat, Skylar tells Alonzo, in earshot of Jackie and Tom, to, "Hey, go to the front of the boat and get the anchor." And so Tom and Jackie, they know that whatever's going to happen to them next, it's not good. And so Jackie begins pleading with them to let them live, let them go back to land, let them see their grandchild. And Tom manages to shake his restraints from John, who was holding him, and he manages to kick Skylar really hard in the groin. But after that, John leapt on top of Tom and Jackie and subdued both of them. And then he positioned Tom and Jackie so they were sitting down back to back with their handcuffs connected to each other. And then Alonzo shows up dragging this heavy anchor, and he finally gets it all the way over until it's right next to Tom and Jackie, at which point Skylar grabs the long metal chain that came off of the anchor, and he felt around until he got to the very end of the chain. So not the side closest to the anchor that's attached to it, the far other side, the bitter end of this chain. And he reached down and he connected that portion of the chain to Tom and Jackie's handcuffs. And then once he was sure their handcuffs were securely fastened to the end of this chain, Skylar stood up, walked over and grabbed the anchor, and with quite a bit of effort, he managed to lift it up and threw it over the side of the boat. As soon as that anchor hit the water, all Tom and Jackie would have heard for several seconds would be the sound of all of that loose chain that they were connected to being rapidly pulled off the boat and being sucked down into the water. And so that chain was going up and over this wooden railing, and so all they would have heard is just chain links grinding over the railing until finally the anchor pulled the chain tight, at which point it yanked Tom and Jackie towards the side of the boat. Alonzo would say when this happened, Jackie's head struck the inside of the side of the boat so hard it made this very loud, audible cracking sound. And then Skylar, Alonzo, and John just stood there as Tom and Jackie desperately tried to fight against the weight of this anchor that was trying to pull them off of the boat. Tom was trying to hold on to anything he could to try to hold his wife in place, but eventually the weight of this anchor combined with the movement of the boat was just too much. And so Tom and Jackie were very slowly pulled up and over and off the boat into the water. When they hit the water, they would have been fully alive, fully conscious, as they began their rapid descent to the bottom of the ocean, 3,500 feet below. Alonzo would tell police as soon as Tom and Jackie disappeared below the surface, Skylar let out a woohoo woo, and ran over to the edge of the boat and looked into the water like a giddy child. And he was staring at where they had disappeared, and he was just grinning and laughing. And then finally, when the water went calm and there were no more bubbles, Skylar just kind of laughed, turned around, and made his way back to the cockpit and began piloting the boat back towards the dock. Even though Jennifer was not on the boat at the time of the murder, she was equally involved in it. In fact, the attack was her idea. She wanted more money, and she saw this scheme as being a way of doing that. So remember, when she showed up at the dock parking lot with her baby and put Jackie and Tom at ease to help get them out on that sea trial, she was doing that very intentionally to trap Jackie and Tom. She knew what was going to happen out on that boat. She was trying to get them to go so they could be murdered and they could steal their boat. And when Skylar was out on the boat, before, during, and after the murders, he would step aside and call Jennifer to let her know how it was going and kind of get her feedback and ask for advice about what they should do next. With that in mind, one of the darker elements of this case has to do with the video camera that was discovered inside of Jennifer and Skylar's house. It was the Hawks video camera, and they had used it over the past couple of years to document their travels out on the ocean. And so when the police acquired this video camera, they played the tape that was inside of it. And at first, the tape shows Jackie filming the inside of the well-deserved yacht, and she's talking about how sad it was that this is probably one of the last times they'll be inside of this boat. But she and Tom are so happy because they've found buyers who are going to take great care of this boat, and they're excited about the future. They're excited about their grandchild. And then suddenly, this footage of Jackie inside of the boat just totally cuts, and it jumps to Skylar and Jennifer at Thanksgiving dinner that year, playing with their daughter and just having this great time, meaning just days after Jennifer and Skylar murdered Tom and Jackie in the worst way imaginable, they took their camera and just began using it for their own lives, recording their own life over the memories of Tom and Jackie. Jennifer and Skylar truly didn't care at all about what they had just done. Alonzo would ultimately be sentenced to 20 years in prison. He would have gotten a much more severe sentence, but because he provided all of the details of what happened and he was promised a reduction in sentence, he was only given 20 years. Jennifer would be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, and John Kennedy and Skylar were sentenced to death. So that's going to do it, guys. If you got something out of today's episode and you haven't done this already, please take the like button hostage and force them.
God damn, that's fucked. Hey, Blast, I've been watching you for about 7 years now, and I will be going into the Army soon. So wish me luck. You have been a big part of my childhood. Hey, Dragon SSG. Bro, good luck, bro. That's awesome that you're going into the Army to serve our country, bro. You know what I mean? And I say that knowing that I probably would have never done that. And I can say that because I never did. You know? Damn, nigga, that's crazy. But yo, congrats, Dragon, bro. That's fire, dude. But yo, alright, y'all. I'm about to get up out of this mug. You know what I mean? It's your boy Blastphamoushd. I'm gonna be back on tomorrow. Check out some more vids. Twisms.
Bro, that's... I'm not tired. You're tired.
Alright, that's wild.